Morning, everyone. Sorry I got engaged in wonderful conversation with our wonderful council, and it's such fun. So anyway, the August 21st, 2019 meeting of the City Council called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of Century Link and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on channel 1002 and in standard definition on channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and the Go Vegas app. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at TV/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits to the back of the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk up front. There they are, good. Please note, if you park in the parking garage across the street, a new flash parking self-validation machine is located in the foyer between the City Council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter the chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you don't have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Paul Goulet, International Church of Las Vegas, and remain standing for our pledge. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members and women. One quick thing. I really love you. I really appreciate you. Thank you for all your hard work serving the city. You're amazing. You really are. Let's pray. Father, I want to thank you that you said if we lack wisdom, we can ask of God and he'll give freely. Whatever our faith background is, I believe that we have a great God who loves us. I believe we have a great God who has a wonderful plan for our life and our city, our state, our nation, our world. So I'm asking right now that these amazing leaders that I love our mayor, I love the city council members, and I pray today that you'll guide them as never before. We do need wisdom, and we humbly ask for it. We want the best for this great city. We want the best for the people. We want the best for all the people that come to the city as tourists. And I'm asking right now, and because I believe that you're a great God and you have a great plan for all of our lives. I know there's so many items on the agenda today, and would you guide our leaders? Would you guide them to making wise decisions that's the best for our community? Would you guide the hearts and minds of everyone in this room that it'll be really all for our city, all for the good of our city? And I'm asking this in the name of my Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm asking that you'll do something so amazing today that your Spirit, the Spirit of God, will fill us and guide us and direct us. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to say thank you. At the end of the day, we'll be able to be grateful for everything that's been done, and we'll know that it's been done out of a heart of humility and a heart of love. I pray this in your powerful name. Amen. Amen. Love you, Mayor.
Thank you. We love you, and we love that you love us. It's wonderful to be loved. Yes? Okay, here we go with the pledge. Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And it's interesting, Pastor, if you might, Pastor Paul, if you might, in the Pledge of Allegiance, we hear it different ways all the time. Is it one nation under God, or is it one nation, comma, under God? We do it as a run, or at least I do.
Mayor, I became an American 3 years ago.
Never mind.
And I think it's
Stay
one
in your
nation
area.
under God.
Good for you.
It says here, your God will govern. And on the other side says bed, which is French. So I wanted to give you a gift. That's yours.
So you are French.
I am French Canadian. Well, I was French Canadian. Now I'm French American.
You're French Las Vegas. Awesome. How lovely. Best of everything to you. We're delighted you're a citizen of our wonderful country. Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda, and I want to invite Deputy Fire Chief Eddie Vigil. Where are you? Of course. Oh, you're sitting with team, Eddie. You're so good. Thank you. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community and make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is none other than Paola, right? Pisani. Paola, please join us. I know you had something to do with this. Paola is a fire prevention inspector and has been with the city since 1996. Paola is tasked with managing more than 1,000 properties in her inspection area. Beyond the heavy workload, she's always looking for ways to help people in our community. And last December, while responding to a service request in an apartment building, Paola met two families who were having a tough time financially. After completing the call, she contacted local fire charities and spearheaded an effort to secure toys, and cards for the family. She even spent her own time and money to help buy for both family Christmas dinner. With the help of a fire prevention team and the crew at Fire Station 108, both families received the presents and food from firefighters on a fire engine a few days before Christmas. They had the dinner, or is that this miswritten? Yes. They ate on the fire truck? No. I knew it. It was just a mistake. Where are you, Jace? I'd love to pick on Jace. That's all right. It only reads like that, they were eating on a fire truck. I've never seen that before in our fire trucks, but it's a thought. Paola, anyway, being very serious, for being an outstanding employee. We're so grateful to you. And even better, as a human being caring for others in our community. We're proud to name you our August 2019 Employee of the Month. So, Paola, congratulations. And I know we want to hear from you, but first, Eddie, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Really appreciate the opportunity to just say a couple of really nice words about Paola, in addition to what the mayor read. It's true, she's always first in line to volunteer. for special assignments or extra duty, especially when it pertains to at-risk families and children. I think that's something that's really near and dear to her heart. She has successfully, in addition to these things, she's also successfully coordinated smoke alarm installations at 2 separate mobile home parks in Ward 3. Her leadership and organizational skills have led to the installation of over 400 smoke alarms and provided vital education and life safety protection to 96 families. Finally, I think what's most important is she really embodies the city's values of being kind, committed, and smart. So we're super excited as Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to celebrate this with her. We're honored. We love having her. She's a wonderful employee, and she really embodies what Las Vegas Fire and Rescue in the city of Las Vegas is all about. Congratulations.
Take that. We'd love to hear from you, but before we do that, I want to give you this beautiful picture of City Hall with the gratitude of City Council and everybody who loves Las Vegas. We're proud of you, and as you know, your name will be on the sign at the corner of, right in front of the garage, Main and Clark. So, and hopefully your pretty face will be up there too. So please, a few words, if you would. Okay, I'll take that back.
Thank you. I am honored and grateful to be the recipient of this award. I would not be here today if they were not for all the people that during the 23 and a half years that I work in the city provided me with the best training, support, leadership, appreciation, and encouragement. I am also truly fortunate to work with the most incredible team, professional team. They have the best optimistic and yes, we can do it attitude. It's always there for each other and will go out of their way to the community. You're truly an inspiration to me. To my fellow inspectors, Kyle, David, Fred, Jamar, Justin, Kurt, Marcus, Melanie, Mike, Paul, Reggie, Scott, Sean, Terry, and Zach, this award is also for you. Thus, I have a wonderful team that I work with. I also work with the most supportive management. Sherry, Greg, Rick, Chief Nolan, you're the best leaders I ever worked with. You're honest, you're focused, you're passionate, you're respectful, you have integrity, and you care. Thank you for being there for me every time. Thanks to you, Monday, and in my case, Tuesday, is the best day of the week. Thank you for all the support staff, Kelly, engineering, Dave, Stephen, Abby, Brian, and Paul. You are the best, most professional team. Fire Station 108, thank you for welcoming me into your home and making me part of your family. Chief Willie, Senior Deputy Eddie Vigo, David Slattery, Assistant Chiefs John Stevenson, Sarah McCree, and John Hurley, thank you for letting me part of this great organization. And lastly, thank you for my family for unconditionally loving me and supporting me. Thank you.
Where's your family?
My husband is here, Pablo, and my son is in school today. So, but he will be watching that later.
You got a lovely mom, so when you go to bed tonight, you make sure you make an extra prayer for her. But Dad's not chopped liver, so you add him in there too. So that's beautiful. How long have you been here in Las Vegas?
Approximately 30 years.
Elementary school? Is that when you found her?
Originally, I'm from Argentina, and I immigrated to the United States in 1990, and I have been here since then.
Beautiful. Well, team, can we have all of the inspector team please stand up? We thank you so much. You're a team effort, and we know it. Thank every one of you. And for those who aren't here this morning, please extend our gratitude to all of them. We feel safe in your arms, and we thank you so very much. And let's have your husband stop taking pictures and come up here for a picture. Who runs the household?
I do.
Sorry to pick on you. You know I have a good time. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Did he come? Okay. So let's get around. Okay, so coming. Congratulations. Wonderful. Are you also from Argentina?
Yes, I am from Argentina. I've been here for 6 years.
Oh, did you have to go back to Argentina to find him?
No. He was my high school sweetheart.
Oh, forever. All you young people that are watching TV, hold on to your high school sweethearts. If you look in the back of Shane with the yellow tie, you did it? No. Okay. All right, yellow tie. Congratulations, we're so proud. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thanks again, Mayor.
So much. Thank you. Now, Argentinian Spanish. How does it fit with our Spanish, our local Spanish? Since you're born here, right? Right. So, are there any accent differences? And so, they're different. So, if I
Pretty much understand each other. Che, they speak with a little bit more of an accent than in Mexico, but that's kind of how it sounds to us from Mexico. But for the most part, we understand each other. There's just certain words, certain nuances, just like you go to a certain part of the United States and something means pop and something else means that. So just dialectical differences, but for the most part, we understand each other.
we should be teaching Spanish in every grade. Okay. Now, this is our final ceremonial. Oh, we're going to get to business very quickly. Councilman Anthony, you're recognizing a group, you lucky guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Looks like this is first responder morning. We got Metro officers, corrections officers, AMR, city marshals, firefighters. Our chief is here. Did I miss anybody? I think I got everyone. Well, now I get to honor one of our very important first responders, and that is the Trauma Intervention Program, and we are going to celebrate the 25th anniversary of this group serving Southern Nevada. They are dedicated to the residents of our valley by ensuring that those who are emotionally traumatized in emergency situations receive the assistance they need. I'd now like to invite Jill Roberts, Chief Executive Officer of Trauma Intervention, to come down to the podium. Jill, come on down. Give her a great round of applause. I know all our first responders know all about TIP. There are 14 chapters of TIP across the country, but Southern Nevada chapter is one of the oldest and largest, with 70 volunteers in their program providing resources, information, and support for people at their most vulnerable moments. I think we have some TIP volunteers here. I know we have one right here. Our Mayor Pro Tem Fiore was a volunteer with TIP, certified volunteer for 5 years. That's awesome. TIP volunteers respond to scenes of tragedy at the request of emergency responders, whether it's police departments, fire departments, coroner's office, hospital staff. Last year marked the busiest year for the local chapter, with 8,320 people served and 1,568 scenes responded to with 70 volunteers. All right, we need some more volunteers, right? So if you're out there, you want to volunteer. At those scenes, their volunteers are able to provide practical support to family members, witnesses, and other bystanders directly on scene during the investigative process. TIP volunteers are trained to provide emotional care to grieving persons, as well as explain the process of what the emergency responders are doing. And I remember as a police officer, I had TIP volunteers show up, and you just cannot imagine how chaotic an emergency scene is, whether it's a fire or a car accident or a shooting or any kind of it's just very chaotic. And we have our police officers, firefighters showing up to these scenes, and they have a job to do. And to have TIP volunteers show up and spend time with witnesses and victims and other people that are traumatized is just absolutely awesome. Okay, so I'd like to have you say a couple words, Jill, and apparently we have some slides that we're going to put up. If you could they've been going? Okay, all right, very good. So some slides, and tell us all about TIP.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your continued support to our program. You've always been so supportive. I think this is really special that we're here today to celebrate our 25th anniversary, because the first agency to buy into our program was the city 25 years ago. When it was presented, the city jumped on the opportunity to have TIP as part of this community. So this is really special. Thank you. What is our success? Why have we made it 25 years? It's because of the collaboration and partnerships and everyone who's been involved throughout the year. Thank you for your service for 5 years. We appreciated that. We have an array of individuals here today that make the organization what it is. We have some TIP staff members, we have some advisory board members, volunteers. So I think this is all about them, and I would love for them to all come up and join me, if that's okay, because this is about you, and it's about And I love that we have a few members of each of those that I mentioned. Our advisory board, our TIP staff, our board of directors, and a few volunteers. So that's why we're here to celebrate our success. And like Councilman Anthony said, it's 25 years in this county, and we're just excited to be here. Thank you.
How does somebody become a volunteer?
Yes, if you're interested in becoming a volunteer, take a look at our website at tipoflasvegas.org. We actually have a new volunteer academy coming up in end of September, beginning of October. It's a 2-week process, but you can find all of that information online. So thank you.
And that's important to mention, is you just don't show up at the office and you're a volunteer. You have to go through a pretty rigorous training program so you know exactly what you're doing. So hats off to TIP, and on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I have a proclamation proclaiming today Trauma Intervention Day in the city of Las Vegas, and congratulations on your 25th anniversary. There you go. And let's get a picture taken, and we're good.
Wait, do you want to say? Add, always add again. You can never thank enough.
What? Oh, yeah, and Clark County Fire was here. They're firefighters, but different jurisdictions. So I hope I got everybody. Thanks all, first responders. You guys are awesome.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So thank you all, and we are going to wait for our technological crew to switch us over, so that'll take us 5 minutes. So we will recess for 5 whole minutes. Thank you. Thanks. You don't mind that teasing. Okay, everyone, I think we took our 5 minutes. So we are on to agenda item number 10, which actually is item number 10 through 51.
Seven, we're on the 7.
Oh, excuse me, we can't go that fast. It's my exuberance to respond to the public demand of moving their items. So, back to boring 7. Boring 7. 4. Okay, I forgot public comment. Our first public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute. Can't handle the mad rush. We will now move on to agenda item 8. Business items for possible action. Any items from the 9 a.m. session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 42, the massage establishment license for a change of ownership, 6600 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 126, was requested the action of a strike requested by staff.
And that's it?
I move to motion.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda items 10 through 51, save for 42 that's been stricken. That's our motion. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And agenda item number 9, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the July 17, 2019 City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the minutes of the July 17, 2019 City Council meeting.
Please vote and please post. And that motion passes as well. And now we're back to my favorite, agenda items number 10 through 51, with the exception of item 42. On the consent agenda, these are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Please note that the record should reflect my abstention on items number 31 through 33 because they pertain to medical marijuana-related businesses, and one of my sons involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all other items. Are there any items that the council would like to be noted? Please, Councilman Knutson.
Mayor, I will need to recuse myself from items number 27 and 28, as those were previous clients of mine.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve consent items number 10 through 51 with the exception of item 42.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are on to administrative actions. Number 52, report from, good morning, Mr. Adams. How are you? Our wonderful manager.
Good morning. Mayor and City Council, Scott Adams, City Manager. I just had 2 quick emerging issues that I wanted to relate to you and to the public. I think I've already briefed you on those, but I think they're worth repeating here on this section on the agenda. The first is, as you know, the county moved forward yesterday at their board meeting with a first reading on moving forward with what came out of AB 309 in the legislature, which was an 1/8% increase in a sales tax that could be committed to a wide range of things that relate to education, support for education, to include homelessness. And as we've discussed, we probably need to start and will be starting a very healthy and very positive partnership dialogue with the council, the county, to determine how we can play a role, if necessary, and how those funds get affected. The second thing that I wanted to bring out as an emerging issue is, as you know, yesterday, the teachers union of the school district had set a tentative date for a potential strike on September 10th, and I wanted to assure you and the public that we have reached out to the school district to make sure we are coordinated with them in all the things that we do that deal with education and students. As you know, we have a very robust program of work with students in a lot of schools, and clearly that will impact those programs, and we want to make sure we are in lockstep and coordinated with the school district on how we administer those programs and how they'll be affected by any potential strikes. So those are my two reports on emerging issues, and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I do want everyone to know that I did speak a couple of times with Commission Chair Kirkpatrick yesterday on these very issues. It is such an enormous problem that we've had for over 30 years of underpaid faculty and support staff in the Clark County School District. And it's been a forever chase of the dollar, and I always remind people from the Las Vegas Visitor Convention and Visitors Authority that in 1995-96 there were $0 allocated to the schools of the state out of the room tax. 2 years ago, the amount that was awarded was 38 cents of every single dollar was going out of room tax. And we kept falling further and further behind. These are our children, and this has been a call to hire and pay for, attract and keep the best in faculty. We're far behind, and the scapegoats have been our teachers. It's appalling. This is nothing new. This has been going on for decades. And so the results are the programs. And I mentioned that to the commission chair, that we've been talking about this for a long, long time as we watch our children. And there are great programs here and great teachers already. But our support in helping, but not with staffing just to take care of children in open environments, because the exposure and the parents not knowing which school, if they're in a safe key before and after, but the dialogue goes on because this city is extremely committed to serving all children with the best quality education we can provide. And the council and the city is not in charge of the school district or anything in education. So we supplement with the morning program and the afternoon program of Safe Key and other wonderful programs like batteries included, and other programs for older teens as well. So I know it's wonderful that you have reached out, Mr. Adams, on behalf of all of us, and we are continuing that dialogue. And just this morning I was speaking with Councilman Knutson, who has been working very hard trying to bridge and pull together county commissioners working with us all for the betterment of Southern Nevada. So we thank you, and thank you, Mr. Knutson. I know all of our council works diligently with representatives in their school districts, and so we're supportive, but we're not going to get anywhere until we take care of our faculty. So it is good to be mayor, and it is good to be able to speak. I was told by my mother and father, when you're 40, you can speak. I don't want to hear from you until you're 40. So I'm over 40. And so it's good to be able to speak the truth and tell it like it is. We love our teachers, and we want them compensated. So thank you. You can't fire me. Thank you. Scott, any comments, questions, anyone? Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. We look forward to your next ones.
Okay, this is item 53, I believe, which is an update on.
Oh, let me read that into
Yes.
the record, please. Agenda item 53, report from Scott T. Adams, City Manager, discussion for possible action on the citywide comprehensive strategic plan. This is in reference to all wards, and we've been working on this for a while.
Okay, so what I wanted to do is give you a very brief overview of how the city has been achieving the results of the priorities set forth by the council a couple of years ago in a workshop process. I wanted to make two caveats before I start. Number one, recognize that 4 of you sitting on council were not part of the council that established these priorities. So that's a conversation to have at the end of this presentation about where do we go from here. But secondly, this presentation is going to focus on the things that we've done addressing those priorities in the 2 years since you've set those priorities. We're working on a whole bunch of other things, but this presentation really focuses on the new things that we have gotten going, that we've initiated since we set those priorities. So first of all, let me just talk about the process that we went through at that time to get to those priorities. We do every year a citizen satisfaction survey. We poll our residents as to how we're doing as a city on the various services and programs and facilities that we have and what their priorities are. And so that's always a base. We go to our citizens. Then we had a director's retreat. We asked our own senior executive team what they thought the priorities should be. We carried that information into a meeting with stakeholders, and that's persons that we felt had a stake in a lot of these issues from throughout the community. And then all of that information ended up in a workshop at a special meeting of the City Council where we set these priorities. And you set 6 priorities. You said public safety was your #1 priority, that you wanted to become the safest high-profile city in America. Your other priorities were to be iconic, that we should create iconic spaces for residents, visitors, and businesses, that workforce development was a priority, prepare the city's workforce for the future, that we should continue our efforts in being a smart city, become the city of choice to develop smart city applications. We should deal with at-risk populations, to develop strategic partnerships to address their issues and needs. And then finally, we should address neighborhood preservation so we can maintain the highest quality of life in our neighborhoods. So I'll go through each of these one by one. In public safety, we wanted to improve public safety through effective and efficient delivery of services, improve the feeling of safety, and improve safety at our tourist destinations. And so I'm just going to kind of walk through, you have maintained, through your policy of budget approval, a high priority to public safety. What this graphic shows, and I think you've seen this numerous times, that over 71% of the city's budget is committed to public safety. And as we show here on the slide, you can see how that translates into employment in each of our key departments that directly impact public safety. If you start to look at each department on their own, we've made a significant commitment to each of these areas in detention services, marshals, and animal control, in particular our city marshals. As you know, we completed the 3rd phase of a 3-phase expansion of our marshals. We are not quite yet to the full complement of 90 marshals. We will soon be there as we get through academies and fully roll out that phasing of expansion of our marshal support program. In fire and rescue, we recognize that we really need to look to the future here, and we've put in place a plan we've briefed you on, and we've started budget authority to look at where we're going to need new fire stations. We know we're going to need one in Sky Canyon, and we're probably going to need one out in Summerlin. But I think the graphic on the right shows that we have a substantial commitment to this area in fire and rescue, that we deal with a tremendous level of calls for service, and we have a significant department to deal with those calls for service. In the area of muni court, the municipal court, we have continued to stay the course, and in particular on specialty courts that have been very effective in alternative sentencing and dealing with the population that comes into our court system. And even to the point now where we've made a commitment to them in new space with a new municipal court building and groundbreaking. If you've looked across the street from City Hall, you've seen that the trailers have been mobilized by our contractor, and I'm told that they will be pushing ground today and actually starting the actual construction today on that new building. In the area of emergency management, I made a little tweak, but I don't consider it a little tweak, by moving emergency management into and under one of our chiefs, our chief of public safety. I believe, given this day and age, that I'm hearing you saying public safety is your number one priority, that emergency management right now, given what's going on in the national environment and locally, we have to stay the course on this issue. We have to be ready for all the risks that we might experience as a city and not react slowly, but quickly through practice, practice, practice. So if you've seen, we've been doing a lot of drills dealing with emergency management in terms of dealing with whatever events might come along. In the area of iconic Las Vegas.
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, Councilman Anthony, please.
Yeah, Scott, can you go back to the
Okay, I gotta figure out how I go back here. There we go.
The first slide on public safety, where you have the bullet points for public safety? That
here?
one there. So you mentioned the first one, and
Right.
when you talk about that first category, you're usually talking about, you know, the FBI public categories like homicide and sexual assault and robbery and burglary. I mean, obviously, we need to pay attention to those, but you skipped over the second bullet point a little bit, and I think this is really important, is do people feel safe in our city? And by that is when they walk out their front door, do they feel like they're in a safe environment? When they go to the park, do they feel like they're in a safe environment? When they go to work, when they drive on our roads, do they feel like they're in a safe environment? Even though there may not be a crime being committed there, do they feel like it's safe? And this comes down to the little stuff that we really need to pay a lot of attention to, because when somebody walks out their front door and they see a shopping cart or graffiti or trash, they don't feel safe. There's no crime technically. I mean, graffiti, you know, your husband wanted to cut the thumbs off, which I agree with him on that. But, you know, those aren't big crime categories. When they go to the park and there's a homeless guy sleeping in the park, they don't feel safe. So there's a lot of cities that don't pay attention to stuff like this. It's called the broken windows theory. We have to pay attention to the small stuff, and I think that's really important that we do that here, because we want people to believe that we want people to feel like they're in a safe environment when they're traversing around our city. And I just, you know, I mean, as a police officer, I wanted to chase the robbery suspect because that's fun and you get to throw those guys in jail. But graffiti, it's got to be removed the next day. So I just want to.
Yep.
I just want to emphasize, because we tend to forget about the little small stuff, but that has a big impact on how people live and whether they feel like they're in a safe place. So I just wanted to stress that.
I appreciate that, Councilman, and I think if you remember, when we do our citizen satisfaction surveys that we present the results and findings to you about, we get at that issue. And so we're able to see trend information over time as to how our citizens feel about that very issue, as to whether they feel safe or not, which is instructive to us as to whether we're doing the right things in those areas.
Right, and that's why I added the last priority at our last strategic meeting, the neighborhood preservation, because that's really what it's all about, is when people are the neighborhood they live in, that's where they spend most of their time. They have to feel like it's a safe environment, and that's taking care of the little stuff.
Right.
So I know you're going to get to that, but
yeah, we will.
Sometimes we gloss over that sort of thing.
Yep, and I'm remiss in the area of public safety for not mentioning Metro, because Metro is a huge part of our city budget, and I think, again, through your budget policy established, we have maintained a significant commitment to funding Metro. In fact, I think it was this year, we agreed to make a 6% commitment to Metro, and it was the county, because of their own set of priorities, that scaled that back, that caused us to scale ours back because of the formula. But we've been committed to a healthy Metro, and I wanted to make that comment because it's not, what I'm dealing with here are direct functions that we control as a city with inside city government.
Well, and if I might add, Mr. Adams, too, to the public, obviously, we never all meet together. We're not allowed to meet 4 of us at a time. So sometimes concepts come up, such as what Councilman Anthony just mentioned, which reminded me, it's communication to our residents. What do they do? How do they notify? And knowing Mr. Riegelman is taking his son to college, and we have lovely Diana Paul from our PIO, the question is, do we have, apropos of what Councilman Anthony was talking about, a notification on our cell phones? Is it through Go Vegas? How are we notifying the people what to do when you find graffiti or get that information that you have an issue in your residential area? You first obviously call your council person in wards 1 through 6, but beyond that, for immediate attention or over the weekends. So can that be up and be sure that it's on and clear on our website?
Yes, we'll make a note of that. The other thing related to that is we are working on a better tracking system for when those come in. On the back end of that, be sure that there are no ball drops on those complaints or comments that come through that system.
Okay, thank you.
Back to iconic Las Vegas, the first bullet here really deals with quite a bit downtown, but it also citywide infrastructure and streetscape amenities. The next one is about incentivizing private investment, creating and preserving public spaces through public art, recreation, and green spaces, developing and preserving event facilities, which is a big part of our economic base, and then increasing arts education awareness and public art. And again, there's a lot of things we're working on directly that we've done over the last couple of years since we set those priorities. We've brought forth a major project that it's preliminarily titled the Epicenter, which is the Renaissance Company's plan to transform Cashman, with a centerpiece of that being Major League Soccer. And if you've been to the MLS's website lately, we are now, literally 2 years ago, we weren't on their radar screen. We are now being discussed as one of the vying contenders for the next Major League Soccer expansion team. So stay tuned. We're in the middle of that now, working diligently, and that'll be the centerpiece of a transformative project that will deal with a very large area of our downtown, that being the area around Cashman. And these 2 projects that I'm featuring here are large-scale, area-wide projects that should be transformative to the areas that they're centered around. That next one is Project Enchilada. As you know, our city attorney has become a somewhat pseudo redevelopment agency director and is pushing a project that is important to the east end of downtown and is really getting legs. It's resonating out in the private investment community, and I think, again, will be one of those projects that 10, 20 years from now, we're going to really see the fruits of our labor in that project. Other projects that have happened just literally in that last 2 years are the Expo Center at World Market, which is under construction, a new 300,000 square foot convention center downtown. We're going to be soon opening 2 new parking garages at Symphony Park, and we've broken ground on 2 major housing projects in Symphony Park. In the gaming community, we are seeing 2 big projects come out of the ground. Circa, which is rapidly going floor by floor. I think they're doing about 1 floor a week now, heading towards, I think it's going to be 45 floors. And then the Downtown Grand with CIM Group is out of the ground with their next tower. Also, CIM has told us they are now going to proceed to do everything they need to by year end to start their retail development on the land around the Mob Museum. So our gaming community is very robust. I collectively, all the investment that we're experiencing downtown approximates $2 billion. So we're in the midst of a major, major building boom downtown, and we have become orange cone heaven downtown, and that's the other end of that is our whole Public Works and other teams are really doing a great job in managing the impacts of these projects on the streetscape. I have mentioned the municipal court groundbreaking. In the area of the medical district, we have been systematically working through that area with streetscaping. We're working on a big one, which is really the backbone of the medical district, which is Shadow Lane. And then another really big one is 3rd Street. We have about a 5-block length of 3rd Street, which will become a linear park with dramatic new streetscaping that will not only beautify that area, but add greatly needed linear open space to an area of downtown that has really become a downtown neighborhood where a lot of our housing is. And then in the areas of open space and public art, we launched our new gateway signs at the Main Street, Las Vegas end of downtown, Las Vegas Boulevard end of downtown. We initiated the Healing Garden 2 years ago. We've been doing mural programs. We did a dramatic new mural at the fire station. We've had Radial Symmetry, the new major public art piece at the entryway to Main and Commerce to the Arts District. And as we speak, the public art is being installed for Project Neon at Charleston and the 15, which will dramatically improve the entryway into downtown. It actually works as an entryway 2 ways. It works as an entryway to downtown, but it also works as an entryway the other way into the medical district. And then we've got other minor projects such as our artistic bike rack program. So in the area of cultural arts and public art, there's been a lot going on. In the area of workforce development, the goals there were to support efforts to increase technical and vocational training, support higher ed, support the continuum of education from pre-K through workforce development, foster business parks and employment centers, and increase the presence of higher ed facilities within the city. And we've continued to expand our Strong Start pre-K academies. We rolled out the mobile pre-K classroom. We actually had that, if you remember, parked out front for the launch of that, and we've been expanding our Connect Home program through Wi-Fi and tablets in areas where there's need. In workforce development under employment and training, we've had a number of showcase, construction career showcase events, veterans job and resource fairs, and dealing with youth employment. And then finally, we're visioning as we speak in terms of building a new workforce development and training center to serve the urban core, and still staying the course on concepting and finding a location for a higher ed hub. I think with the vision there is that downtown at the center of the valley can be a center of higher education, bringing together a number of different entities or institutions to provide education. In the area of Smart Vegas, and this is one that it's kind of a sleeper, it has really, really blown up. It's really about increasing public-private partnerships to develop a smart city, investing in smart city applications for ourselves, for operational efficiencies, embrace opportunities for financial and environmental sustainability, expand innovative technology and connectivity to residents, and then to implement virtual platforms to engage our public and provide service delivery, such as the Go Vegas app. In the area of the Innovation District, we've now created the International Innovation Center at the Bank of America building. It is full now. We have tested autonomous vehicles, and we're successful in the GoMed application for grant funding for the medical district. We've been a test bed for autonomous vehicles in the downtown area. You've seen Aptiv and a number of vehicles floating around in the downtown area using downtown as a test bed. And we've been able to receive a number of major commitments from private companies to the city to work with them in partnerships on smart city technologies. So this is an area, I just read an article in a trade publication, governmental trade publication, that now has us as one of the top 7 cities in America in smart city development. We went from 0 to being in the top 7 literally in 2 years. So I think this shows there's a strong commitment to that goal that you've set forth.
And please mention about our international connectivity. We are becoming a real focus for
Yes.
countries and
And that's been a big part of that. I think a lot of these partnerships have been international partnerships with companies outside the United States wanting to come in and explore their technologies with the city of Las Vegas. Just as an example, and this slide really is just to show you how explosive it's been, we hosted 50 NTT executives at the Innovation Center to showcase what we've been doing in advancing technology and innovation. The tweet was viewed by over 10,000 persons on that one event, and you see the profile and where those persons are from that actually viewed that event. We are on the radar screen of technology, not just in America, but globally. And we have an incredible team led by Michael Sherwood, but our Economic and Urban Development Department and many others are very engaged now in this. And it's going to help us internally in our operations, but it's also going to be serious economic development because we're getting a lot of companies coming in. As I said, a lot of this effort is internally focused too, through our website, Go Vegas, streaming services, and a number of others. At-risk populations, I think the key here, the one big area that we've been very engaged in is homelessness. There are others, but homelessness is the one that really is taking a lot of our time and attention. And so we are moving forward with constructing the permanent courtyard. There's a sketch, an overview sketch of what that will look like. And we continue our homeless partnerships. We are now up to 3 teams with our more teams. We added 2 in 19. We are working partnerships on mental and physical health services that would surround the courtyard. And then we have been doing work in the area of developing housing that would be transitional housing to move homeless persons into housing.
could you speak to, Mr. Adams, the MORE program? What is that?
Well, it's a set of teams. As I said, we have 3 of these that bring both law enforcement and social service providers who work in the homeless space together to work the streets, approach homeless individuals, and convince those homeless persons to get off the street and seek assistance, whatever may be necessary, depending on their individual circumstances, and matriculate into those services. So it could be they need employment help, it could be they need mental health services, it could be something else. But the whole point of having a comprehensive team with law enforcement is to approach those folks and get them off the street, and hopefully stay off the street.
And is this a 10-hour day, 12-hour day, 24/7?
I think I would turn to our team to understand the timing, around-the-clock timing of which we're deploying our more teams. I think Peter is going to come up here and address that question.
Thank you. Because again, too, it's all about communication and letting the people know what do they do if they need assistance. So if you would announce who you are, Peter.
Sure.
please.
I'm Pete Jankowski. I'm Deputy Director in Community Services. The teams include Metro, US Vets, West Care, Salvation Army, and Help of Southern Nevada. 4 days a week right now, trying to expand those hours, but usually during the daylight hours and sometimes on the weekends, but mostly 4 days a week, Monday through
So,
Thursday.
in the off hours, if a business or residential area has issues, is there a hotline or something?
There is a hotline. I don't have the number right on me right now, but they can contact, and they will send out a team at that time. But usually it's Monday through Thursday, we're
Will
working.
you, I think this is a service needs to be available 24/7. I know it always costs money, and we're not in the currency business yet. But hopefully you will get that information out, because I think as a resident of this community, and then creating all these basic pods of what we're trying to do, is we are trying to set a model that can be replicated in other municipalities or in the open community at large, that they can replicate all these different programs that we have, correct
And
or
we work
not?
in conjunction with the county. The county also has, I forget the acronym for their teams, but they work coordinated. So we work with the county.
Because I
on
know
this,
the
too.
county's very involved, and
Yep.
as obviously, we're all one big community, and I know Commissioner Chair Kirkpatrick, and I speak so frequently. It's a bonding here, but we want to make sure what we're doing really is something that is working and that can be replicated in other areas of the Southern Nevada area.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank
But
you.
please get us 24/7. Thank you, Scott.
And then quickly, we've been engaged with the Mission High School, which is our CCSD secondary school that deals with students recovering from substance abuse and other dependencies. And then the Harbor, which is a multi-agency resource center for youth and families. Neighborhood preservation, this is the last, but certainly not the least, and quality of life. I think those goals are pretty self-explanatory: to provide a level of constituent services, preserve parks, recreation, and open space, and provide revitalization and programming in at-risk neighborhoods. And, that the master plan for open space and trails addresses this, especially in the urban core. And let me just mention that we also developed the Bearden Family Paseo, which is a small linear park that on the entranceway into the medical district. We opened the East Las Vegas Library, which is going to have a major impact on residential areas around it. We've continued and have expanded our perimeter wall painting program, and we've developed some pop-up parks. These are just a few examples. We continue and have expanded constituent responsive services. We developed a neighborhood association handbook. We've developed a centralized system and database to work in outreach with neighborhoods. And really, this last one really addresses the issue that Councilman Anthony brought up, which is continued substantial code enforcement response efforts to nuisance and safety issues within neighborhoods. Staying the course and maintaining diligence in those areas. Finally, this really cuts across all of them.
Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. You had the slide about painting the walls. I mean, you cannot believe when Jerry Walker's folks go out and paint the wall that looks like crap, and now it looks nice. And people call my office and say, hey, thanks for painting the wall. You know, it was just that little thing, and now they're impressed with the city of Las Vegas because they came out and painted the wall. So it's little stuff like that that really really excites our residents.
And I will
that gets them, that they start thinking, hey, our city's taking care of our neighborhoods. So it's just little stuff like that that just has such a big impact.
That program has been so impactful that some of our neighboring jurisdictions have copied it. I mean, it has been very, very effective. Finally, I think we've done all this in spite of what we've been communicating with you is we've had a structural deficit. The last two budgets were not easy to balance. And as we've mentioned previously, we formed a Team 2020, to look at the budget, to uncover every idea we can in terms of how we can save money, We've developed a vacancy management program. And then the other thing I did want to mention is we've ramped up and are moving forward to the Mayor's Fund for Las Vegas Life, because this gives us a way to allow the private sector to engage financially with the city and commit dollars to specific programs that I've outlined, some of those, and gives the city some stretch in tight budget times. So that's another thing that I wanted to point out, that happened.
With accountability and transparency.
That's right.
So that hopefully your staff, our staff, are responding to the needs when the people want to donate to this, that we get back to them where their actual dollars are going. Because nobody gives unless they know where they're giving to. So it's been very successful, and we learned from other communities that had established mayor's funds, and it's very, very effective, and hopefully will continue to be successful and grow.
So next steps, as I mentioned at the outset, these 6 priorities were established by a council of which only 3 of you sit today. There are 4 of you that were not engaged in setting those 6 priorities. So it could be appropriate at this time for the council to consider moving forward with another process similar to what we engaged in before, to establish a new set of priorities for our council, for our city. So that, I would leave you with that. That would be an appropriate action to take as a result of the presentation, to direct staff to proceed with engaging council on a new workshop development process to establish new council priorities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. I think that is a wise suggestion that should be automatic, that we would continue to keep updating and include the public as well in these gatherings as you have in the past. So any comments? Yes, Councilman Knudsen? Please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Adams, I'm very grateful for the thought that you put into this presentation, and you're one of the most strategic people I've ever met. And so the fact that you're at the head of the organization as the city manager, I'm grateful for that. One of the things coming on board that I wanted to ask about is our thought about what the future of Las Vegas will look like. For me, it seems like much of the actions are geared towards the current population's needs. But in my experience, it seems like our population is drastically changing, and there is forecasts, for, at least from the Regional Transportation Commission, that our population growth over the next 10, 15, 20 years is to be expected to be very high. And so I'm just curious how we think about what our population will look like 10 years from now, and are we setting the foundation so that we're successful 10 years from now as well?
That's a very good observation. I will say that in the last process we went through, there was a great deal of discussion about that. Using that kind of old tired metaphor, where is the puck going to be and how do we skate to get to it? And so I think some of the things that came out of that discussion and then found its way into priorities are reflective of that. For example, the whole concept of smart cities represents the fact that we are dramatically changing in areas that we just can't stand still on. And we've got to move to where our citizens want us to be. So it's kind of hard to crystal ball exactly where that demographic's going to be 10, 20 years from now. I think we can have a high-level conversation of where that we think that'll be and make sure that our policies and priorities are reflective of where we think that's going to be, so that the organization moves with that.
Okay. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
And I think, I think for me, it would be a great opportunity. I know that the previous council has had opportunity to sit through strategic planning, and coming on to the council, I think maybe not to rehash, because a lot of work was done in the past, but to at least set aside some time for this new council to think through the existing priorities and provide feedback and input, and at least set the stage for me as a new incoming council member on how I can add to the existing strategic plan and be most effective. So notwithstanding any other direction from the council members, I would appreciate the opportunity for another strategy discussion amongst the council and you and your team.
Okay, thank you very much. And as I always do as we go forward, I'm going to turn to Mayor Pro Tem. But, you know, as we plan for the future, we have issues today. And I'd always love to see a column in everything we're doing. What are we doing about the problems today? Because 15 years, 20 years out is wonderful, and we've got a plan to be wise, but we have to handle this today for the people who love and live in Las Vegas. So, Mayor Pro Tem, if I might ask you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve us having another strategic meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the presentation. Please vote. To accept the report.
I'm going to change my motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
We're going to make a motion to accept the report, so then we can go further and do a strategic plan.
Okay.
And continue into a strategic planning, please. So please vote and please post. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that direction to staff, we will
Yes.
begin in earnest to start charting a course for how we can do that, come back to you in briefings and meetings with a plan for how we could do that and engage you on developing that plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 54, report by Shani Coleman, Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs concerning the Las Vegas Medical District, Ward 1, Councilman Knutsen's area. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Very excited to be here before you today. We haven't done a comprehensive update on the Las Vegas Medical District for City Council in about 3 years. So there's a lot of exciting stuff in here, and I'll go ahead and get to it. I know we have 3 new council members, and so they may not be familiar with some of this. So please feel free to stop me and ask questions as I move through. So what is the Las Vegas Medical District? Back in 1997, City of Las Vegas realized that we had a grouping of healthcare-related businesses around Charleston and Shadow Lane. And so the City of Las Vegas, through planning, took steps to establish the medical district. The area originally was Rancho, MLK, Charleston, and Alta. The original area was about 214 acres. Through a process that I'll talk a little bit about, we've expanded that. But currently, right now, the medical district has about 2.2 million square feet of space, and it houses businesses such as our University Medical Center, Valley Hospital, our now wonderful UNLV School of Medicine, and others. So where is the district? District, as I said, we've expanded the area, but pretty much it spans from Valley View. It encompasses Charleston, Bonneville. We've expanded it. It now goes up through MLK to the 95 and actually swings over to Capture World Market Center and Symphony Park. Great thing about our medical district is it's very centralized. We've done a study, and off-peak hours, you can get from the Galleria Mall in Henderson or the Northwest up in Centennial Park, you can get to our centralized Las Vegas Medical District in about 20 minutes. So this is something that's very convenient for everybody in the Las Vegas Valley. What area does it cover? So here you'll see on the map, this is the full medical district as was approved by you in December of 2015. And there's an area that we like to focus on. It includes the original area that was bounded by Charleston Rancho, MLK, and Alta, but we've added another thing. Looking at the future of the medical district, we added the south side of Charleston. It was important for us to add the south side of Charleston because there's a lot of vacant land there and there's a lot of opportunity for redevelopment. And this actually increased the size of our core, what we call the core medical district, from 214 to 252 acres. Partnerships are important. In starting this process, we reached out to the stakeholders in the district, UMC, Valley Hospital, UNLV at the time. This is before they actually had the School of Medicine. They were just starting the conversation about that, and we established great partnerships. Through that, there's the Las Vegas Medical District Advisory Council. We meet every other month, and this really is the top of the top professionals that have entities in the medical district, and we talk about policy things. We talk about things that are important to them. We as a city try to avoid and stay out of the healthcare business, but we try to understand what are the things that impact their business that the city of Las Vegas can be helpful to them for. So mission, through that partnership, we got together and said, okay, what could the Las Vegas Medical District be? And I do want to take a minute to read this because I think it's something that's important. By 2030, the Las Vegas Medical District will be the clinical care, research, wellness, education, training center of Southern Nevada and the premier academic medical district in Southwest United States. Something very important in that is academic. Many of us know that as a valley, we have pockets of healthcare or pockets of hospitals throughout the valley. But the one thing that is different about the Las Vegas Medical District is academic healthcare. UNLV School of Medicine, UNLV Dental School provides a different level and a different quality of care, and we want to make sure that everybody in the valley understands that and that we continue to strive for that excellence. So some of the assets that, oops, I went too fast. Go back. Some of the assets that we currently have in the medical district, we have 4 hospitals. We have UMC, we have Valley Hospital. UMC has a separate children's hospital, and we also have Horizon Hospital, which is a long-term acute care hospital. UMC, only level 1 trauma center in the entire state. If something bad happens, if the president happens to be in town, this is the hospital that they're going to. Some statistics about the medical district, about 950 hospital beds, 33 surgical suites, 240 dental chairs through UNLV's School of Dental Medicine, and they see about 200,000 patients per year approximately. Education, as I mentioned, education in academia is something that's very important to our Las Vegas Medical District. We have 2 teaching hospitals, UNLV School of Medicine. Prior to that, UNR students use UMC as their teaching hospital, but also Touro University uses Valley Hospital as a teaching hospital. We have wet lab space, and we have a world-renowned simulation center. A simulation center, if you haven't had an opportunity to go there, I would suggest that you do so. It's really a place where nurses, doctors have high levels of training. If you want, you can have the ability to play with some of the robots. They have robots that do everything from simulate heart attacks to actually giving birth. So it's a real opportunity for students learning healthcare to get top-notch training. Investments. City of Las Vegas, we've started this process and really looking at the medical district as an economic opportunity back in 2013. And since that time, we've invested about $73 million in infrastructure, marketing, and planning. And that includes things, like Scott mentioned, that includes things like updating streets. We're going to a complete street program. Scott mentioned Shadow Lane. That project will be starting hopefully the end of this year, and we have other projects planned. But we also have planned about $121 million of future investment, and that includes things like a large parking structure and some BRT, our portion of BRT, the Maryland Parkway BRT rapid bus system that will roll into our medical district down Maryland Parkway. economic impact. So what is all of the investment that we're making do? So as you see there, by 2030, that's our number. We're hoping if we implement our master plan, that would be about $2.4 billion in economic investment in the state. And then for just the medical district itself, that's about 16,000 jobs. Now these numbers don't actually include the full rollout and build out of UNLV School of Medicine. If we add the UNLV School of Medicine in there, that economic impact number jumps to $3.6 billion, and the total number of jobs jumps to 24,000 jobs. So this is something that's important to the city of Las Vegas. Master planning, as I mentioned earlier, in 2015, we brought before a city council a master plan that outlines how we were going to develop and how we were going to move through the process of building out the Las Vegas Medical District. Our consultants, the Smith Group, worked with us for about 18 months prior to that. We held a number of community meetings. We had a number of focus groups and sessions with stakeholders, with neighbors around there, and so this is the plan. And as you can see, they estimate that if we build out the medical district correctly, that we could have about 19 million square feet of usable space. So if you take that, we're at about 2 million now and 19, so there's about 17 million square feet of space that we have to plan and work with private developers and work with our current stakeholders to build out. And so some of the accomplishments, like I said, we haven't done an update for you guys in about 3 years. So some of the things that we've accomplished in the past couple of years, we've established the Las Vegas Medical District as a brand. So we established the green and blue logo that you see there. We established the website, and we also established the newsletter that goes out, electronic newsletter that gets sent out to a database about every other month. Project Neon. We were fortunate as we were starting this process, NDOT was also looking and starting Project Neon. Project Neon afforded us a lot in the way of, I should say, cleaning up the area and providing a clean aesthetic palette for us to grow and move forward with. And so one of the things that came from that is the new entrance at MLK and Wellness Way. Originally, that wasn't there. It used to be a street called Bearden, and I'll talk a little bit about that street called Bearden, but it didn't go all the way through to MLK. The Project Neon actually allowed us to create a new entrance, and it allowed us to establish the new signage that you see there. So we have new monument signs and pylon signs to identify the entrance of the medical district. Wellness Way. In the medical district originally, there were two streets. One was Gold Ring, which was west of Shadow Lane. The other was Bearden, which was east of Shadow Lane, and those streets were offset. And so one of the things we did is we created a new signalized intersection at Wellness Way and Shadow Lane, but in order to create that new intersection, we needed to figure out, okay, do we name the street Gold Ring, do we name the street Bearden, or do we do something completely different? And so we chose to do something completely different, and we chose a name that reflected what we felt was going on in the area, so the street name was changed to Wellness Way. But in changing the street name to Wellness Way, we wanted to make sure that we retain the history of what the Bearden family was. And so Bearden family are descendants of Robert E. Lake. And so we had an opportunity to create some open space. And so Bearden Family Paseo was created, and we dedicated that to that paseo to the family last year. Redevelopment. And so as the city is investing in the Las Vegas Medical District, we also have private investment in the Las Vegas Medical District. And what I'm going to go through is just two projects that happened because of Project Neon. The first is actually called the Neon, and it sits on the corner of what is now MLK and in Alta. This building was originally hidden behind some other apartments. When Project Neon came in and tore out some of those apartments, this became visible to the street. And the owners of this property spent about $2.6 million on this. They've invested about $1.2 million into this property. And so now we have a property, an apartment complex, it's about 44 units, that's valued at over $6 million. And the same thing with Revive. This particular property is owned by and operated by North Cap Commercial. The same thing, it was hidden behind other apartments. It now fronts MLK, 46 units. To date, they've invested about $400,000 into this project, and you can see the before and afters, and they're still doing some investments. They're gutting the interior of the units and installing things like granite countertops and making them more appealing to the type of clients that we are seeing in the medical district with the students and the doctors and things like that. UNLV School of Medicine. So approximately a month ago, the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents approved for UNLV to go out and start looking for financing up to $125 million to start construction of the medical education building. And so the building that you see pictured there is the new proposed School of Medicine building. It's about 140,000 square feet. It's 4 stories. They're looking to start construction on this building in early or mid 2021 and have occupancy late 2022. Form-based code. Form-based code was something that we worked with our planning department on in order to effectuate, in order to get to a point where developers could build out about 17 million square feet of space. We had to have a development code that made it easy and understandable for people to do that. And so form-based code was brought in to make that happen. We looked at our master plan and said, okay, what are all of the things that we should and need to be doing? And we developed a form-based code that allows that to easily happen. What you see there in the red hash mark, that's a test area. We've already had some conversations with Councilman Knutson about the opportunities of expanding that, and so all of the medical district is covered by the same zoning, and so that may be something that we bring to you in a future date. So incentives, just like most of our redevelopment area, we have incentives. One incentive is very specific. It helps with exterior and interior improvements for specific types of businesses. We worked with Applied Analysis to understand what were the gaps, what were the things that we were missing in our medical district, and then we worked with our stakeholders to help us prioritize those things. And so the medical district target industry program was the result of all of that work that we've done. In addition, our business licensing has put in place some fee waivers, origination fee waivers, and so for the same types of businesses. So a new business coming in, we can provide assistance with interior and exterior improvements to the building, and then we can also provide assistance on the business licensing end. And then because a good portion of our medical district falls within the redevelopment agency, we still have the other incentives that we can provide. We have tax increment financing. Our Las Vegas Medical District falls within an opportunity zone. We have new market tax credits and other incentives that we can provide. Optum Care, this is opened earlier this year. This is a new facility at Rancho and Charleston. This is a 55-suite facility that focuses on providing care and treatment for cancer patients. This is an old building that they have refurbished and turned into something that is supportive and something that was needed in the medical district. So here are just a few notables that I want to talk about. We had the unfortunate situation of 1 October, and I want to point out none of us were prepared for that. None of us would ever thought that that would happen, but our partners actually stepped up, UMC being the only level 1 trauma center. You can see the stats there. Anybody who arrived at UMC alive left UMC alive. And so I think to their testament, they were able to take in about 104 patients very quickly, all at a time, and they did a wonderful job. Our medical district was home to, was chosen by the CDC for a national survey, healthcare survey that was being done in the area. Cleveland Clinic, just last month, they celebrated their 10-year anniversary, and that's something to be celebrated. We have a wonderful relationship with the Review Journal. Once a year, we put out a special section between the print and online. That circulation gets up to about 500,000 people looking at it per year. So what's in the future? Scott mentioned our GoMed project. This is a grant that we received, a $5.3 million grant that we received from the Federal Department of Transportation to establish autonomous vehicles that will connect our existing downtown Bonneville Transit Center to the Las Vegas Medical District. We're looking at technology. In the next 12 months, we hope to have the Las Vegas Medical District, at least the core of the district, covered by Wi-Fi. We have continued public works projects. Shriners Hospital is something interesting. This is something that we have worked on. Scott and I actually worked on for a number of years, and so they are establishing a partnership with UMC where they will start with a telemedicine program and then move to actually having permanent physical facilities here on a regular basis. As some of you may know, Shriners comes in once a quarter and they provide services to those in the city of Las Vegas, and they're looking to expand that operation. And finally, I want to talk about the parking garage. Many of you may have heard a lot about this. This is a facility that the city is looking to build in partnership with UNLV and UMC. This particular concept that you see here is about 900 parking spaces. It includes about 60,000 square feet of office space and about 40,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. Parking is one of those things that we're not in the midst of the healthcare business. Most hospitals, clinics need parking, but it's not something that directly contributes to their bottom line. And so here's an opportunity for the stakeholders in the medical district to work together to provide a service that they can have through economies of scale. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. This is just really exciting and something everybody's been so involved in and bringing this about, because certainly safety one, but healthcare too, without question. They're almost hand in hand. In your report, before I turn it over to council, a question. Because we have redevelopment area 1 and 2, why is not Mountain View included, being down Tenaya? And they are doing residential, resident training as well. I was just at an opening of their OBGYN, all service, all ages care, and they pride themselves as well. But I don't know if they fall in. Certainly we have the Summerlin Hospital, we have so many choices in town. But knowing you're zeroing in on the medical district and the redevelopment areas, just wondering, is Mountain View part of redevelopment area 2?
Mountain View Hospital, that area is not part of a redevelopment area. We do, they were actually, used to be the Las Vegas Technology Park, and they changed their name because of the same thing. They have Mountain View Hospital, and they have a conglomeration of healthcare related in that area. We wanted to focus on the downtown Las Vegas Medical District to establish the brand, and then once we get that brand established, then we can look at, okay, how do we include other partners in the process?
Well, I would encourage Councilman Knudsen, who I'm going to turn this over to, really to explore that, because they have been very heavily committed to resident training, and they're already there, and there is that sliver going up Tenaya that was included in redevelopment 2. So just to put that on your radar to work with the UD and, of course, Ms. Coleman here. But thank you. Any comments, questions before I turn it over to our council? Ward 1. Show's yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Coleman, for the presentation. I'm so incredibly grateful that the city had the foresight to think about the medical district and to start the initial planning stages, and for your leadership and obviously the leadership of Mr. Adams. I told Mayor Pro Tem that I wouldn't speak longer than 3 minutes, so I'm going to make it very brief, and I'm going to speak very quickly. So before I was a council member, I was a parent, and I'm still a parent, and I want to be very clear. Having a child at UMC is not the experience that I think anybody wants. And so it's wonderful to talk about how great the medical district is, but at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's physicians that will tell you you should go out of state because we don't have the right services here in our community. And I will get emotional because it's very hard to have doctors telling you while you're sitting in the hospital that you shouldn't be here, you should be somewhere else. In the last 6 months, my pediatrician has left Las Vegas. Our immunologist retired early because he didn't want to stay in Las Vegas. Our ENT surgeon just moved to San Diego because I believe there's better reimbursement rates. Medical care, I think, is more important than the streets and the infrastructure. I think that's the city's role. But I think we need to be very, very competitive in thinking about what the medical district can and will be. I think we need political strategies related to the development of healthcare in our community. I think we need development strategies, and I think the city's done wonderful in that, but we need to understand what the development community needs and expects from the city of Las Vegas. Healthcare in itself is incredibly competitive. And while we are not in the healthcare business, and I do not pretend to be in the healthcare industry, I think the city of Las Vegas needs to understand what the healthcare industry is and be very competitive and understand how to support it and grow it within our community. I think that means understanding reimbursement rates like I learned from the mayor 2 years ago when she spoke about it in our State of the City address. We need to understand what it is that will incent specialists to come into Las Vegas that will have the greatest impact on our growing population. What is our population going to look like 10 years from now, and how do we make sure that the medical and healthcare field is prepared to meet that demand? I think we need to understand what specialists need in order to come into our community. And I do think that requires an understanding of reimbursement rates. I think it means an understanding of the area around the medical district, the infrastructure, the education systems. And I think our strategy needs to be very comprehensive in understanding all of those components so that we can have real conversations around healthcare, the healthcare industry, the hospital industry, the physician group industry. And in each of those conversations, we should be thinking about what our population will look like 10 years from now and start developing the medical district to support that. 2 days ago, we held a meeting, and Ms. Coleman, you were there. It was led by our Economic and Urban Development. I asked several of the developers to come in and talk about really the redevelopment of big box stores, but it was primarily targeted towards the medical district. How do we redevelop the medical district so that we are very competitive in that market space? They identified several areas that I just want to put out there because I think it's important, and I want to get support from this city council as well. One was the public infrastructure to support a growing and budding medical district. If we do need to grow or expand UMC, that requires a significant partnership with the county. If we want a children's hospital, which I very much do, we need to find the appropriate land and take necessary actions to get the infrastructure in place to support a children's hospital. The developers are asking for a team approach between public works, planning, and the economic and urban development. So if they walked into the city trying to develop, having a consistent vision from the city of Las Vegas is very important to them. And they also need to understand the demographics surrounding the area. I understand that probably better than anybody right now of what our neighbors want and what they don't want. We need to have a very clear understanding of what the community looks like now, what they demand, and also plan for the future. And then they asked for flexible zoning, and you mentioned that in your presentation, coming back to the city council with maybe potentially a flexible or different zoning than what we currently have. I don't have the answer to that, but I know it's an important component to being competitive within the healthcare field, especially in the medical district. So I'm very, very grateful, but my thought right now is we need to be very competitive, and I want to be competitive with you. So those are my comments, and I'm grateful, Mayor, for giving me 3.5 minutes.
Well, that was really articulate and focused and clear direction, I think, that we all agree with and heard, because there is nothing more important except safety with healthcare. So thank you, and with that, because it's your ward, and because the report was wonderful, and thank you, Shani, for giving it so articulately, have you make your motion, please. Well, we're going to accept her report.
I will make a motion to accept the report and compete.
Good. So we're going to vote it in anyway, just so that we have a record that we are accepting your report. Pardon? It's not written that way? All right, well, you've heard the words, it's more important. And it's a public record, so that's
Yes.
even more important, and everybody heard it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Shawnee.
much.
Okay, and we are now on to agenda item 55, discussion for possible action to select an offerer, including the presentations by the top two offerers regarding an exclusive negotiation agreement to serve as the basis for entering into a development agreement for RS0Q number 190211-JH, Development Partner Master Plan, Northwest Las Vegas, Department of Economic Urban Development, Ward 6, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Fiore. Hello.
Hello, Your Honor. Tom Perigo, Executive Director of Community Development. So we had the presentations last week. This week is now an opportunity for council to have a conversation, hopefully make a selection. But this item really started back in April. We received statements of qualification from firms interested in partnering with the city on the development of the Upper Las Vegas Wash, 1,092-acre parcel of land north of Moccasin. Your staff subject matter experts narrowed that list down to 2. They made presentations to you last week, and over the last couple of weeks, they, through a series of briefings, have provided more detailed information and answered questions. So at this time, staff is recommending that you select one of the teams. Both staff believes are highly qualified and can deliver on your vision for how that master plan community will be developed. And so we recommend you select one and direct staff to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with one of the firms. But right now, I would like to, one of our critical partners among so many partners we have is the United States Air Force. And I'd like to introduce Colonel Snyder. Many of you have met Colonel Tippett. He was a former commander, and Colonel Snyder has taken his place, and he'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you're going to be bringing to our community. We're just so grateful that our Air Force is here and doing so much to make everybody safe.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Mayor Goodman and members of council, it is an absolute honor to be here today. My name is Colonel Brian Snyder. I'm the 432nd Mission Support Group Commander at Creech Air Force Base. What a Mission Support Group Commander is kind of like a mayor of the base. So I kind of feel at home. The backbone to every military installation across the United States is their local community. So as residents of the Las Vegas community, we sincerely thank you for your support to our airmen. If there's one thing that every airman needs, it's a safe community, a community designed for military members in Northwest Las Vegas. This will significantly benefit the lives of thousands of airmen and their families. This development wouldn't just be living arrangements, but the infrastructure of a support system, providing families much needed proximity to critical services such as hospitals, schools, and childcare. Ultimately, this will enable Creech Airmen to vote their full attention toward the mission and their country, because now they know that their families are safe and have the support at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel. We appreciate your taking the time to be with us and care so much for all the servicemen and women that are taking care of us, too. Thank you, Mr. Perigo. So are you ready to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Thank you so much, Mr. Perigo. Today is the 50th City Council meeting since I was sworn in, and this is one of the toughest decisions I have had to make. As a matter of fact, you know when you're kind of nervous and your tummy kind of gets those rumblings? That's what's going on. We have had 2 outstanding developers before us today, and we need to decide which the city will partner with. Make no mistake, this is not choosing a developer. The decision we make today is who will be our potential partner. This vote is not the final decision, rather who we'll start negotiations with. After the city votes, staff will negotiate with one of the two developers and come back to council for our approval of that contract. What makes this decision so hard is that we have such good companies to pick from. Olympia has been an outstanding corporate citizen in Ward 6, where they developed Sky Canyon. In addition, they developed Mountain's Edge in Clark County. Both are exemplary communities that have won numerous awards. Our other choice developed Green Valley, Aliante, and Summerlin. All three of these communities have also won numerous awards, and we would be lucky to have any of these communities in Ward 6. This decision will be historical. The BLM has never worked closer with a local government than they have with Tom Perigo on this property of 1,092 acres. If we do this right, we will be a model for the nation. The Department of Defense is partnering with us to develop housing for both Nellis and Creech Air Force bases. The attorneys representing the Air Force for the military housing across the country call our attorney, Seth Floyd, in our city's attorney's office almost every week to see where we are in this process. This is how important this project is to the Air Force. Again, the way this is being structured has never been done before. And again, we can be a model for our nation. I have traveled to Washington, D.C. 3 times in the last 2 years just on this project to move it forward. I have met with the Secretary of Interior and every member of our congressional team to make sure this day came about. We have had meetings with generals here in City Hall to discuss the military housing and how we can make military members an integral part of our community. I want to thank every person that I have talked to about this project. September 6th will mark the 2-year anniversary of this council approving the Upper Las Vegas Vision Plan. This plan is the blueprint of the partnership we are voting on today. I want both companies before us today to know that this council will hold whomever we choose to this plan. We will not compromise at all on this plan. This is not the Gordian knot, and this council is not Alexander the Great. We cannot just cut this project in two. So how do I decide how to make a decision? Gary Goet, head of Olympia, is a model developer in Ward 6. Mark Fine has wonderful projects throughout Las Vegas Valley. One of the women I admire most in Las Vegas, and many of my personal friends have urged me to support Mark in his application with great reason. My decision on who to support has come down to what I believe is best for Ward 6 and the city of Las Vegas. When a developer asks me what I want in Ward 6, I tell them to go look at Sky Canyon. I ask them to mirror what he does for landscaping and architectural features. Although our vision for the Upper Las Vegas Wash is different from Sky Canyon, I know what Olympia has done in Ward 6 without our partnership. The past 2 weeks, I've made several lists on all of the impressive things each company has offered to our great city. After going over the lists several times and a lot of research, thoughts, analysis, and discussions, and while I have a great deal of respect for Mark Fine and his team for the work they have completed in the past, I believe I am most confident that we can develop the next major master plan community for the city of Las Vegas with Olympia companies. I am impressed with several points they've made, and this is very, very important to me. As mentioned, the Olympia team is currently in place with over 60 employees that are currently dedicated to building master plan communities in Las Vegas. They have demonstrated vast amounts of recent experience in developing mixed-use master plan communities along with managing HOAs and commercial developments. Their vertically integrated team impresses me. It is important that there is a team that is already familiar and long-established relationships with my staff, stakeholders, and other governmental agencies. Olympia and their in-house technical professionals have close to 7 years of experience understanding the drainage, traffic, and utilities in our area. Also, I believe their knowledge of the market for development in the Northwest is an asset that we can partner on to build our vision on the 1,092 acres. As submitted in the Olympia RSOQ, all of key personnel and consultants, with the exception of from each are local, and as you all know, I support and prioritize local businesses and families. During our individual meetings last week, I am encouraged to know that Olympia is committed to bringing on additional nationally experienced and recognized consultants if needed to address any specific matters for the development of our property, as our Madam Mayor asked. I am also grateful and respect the fact that a development partner is so focused on giving back to the community and that it is part of their business plan in building a master planned community. Everyone knows I want quality development in the Northwest. I loved well-scaped landscape communities with a lot of room to play. Olympia is currently building Sky Canyon, and that is a quality community. I am amazed how this is becoming a community of choice for so many people in Las Vegas. This master plan community alone has made other builders up their game to compete in the Northwest area. It is encouraging to know about all the great outdoor programs that are already being incorporated in Sky Canyon in conjunction with multiple organizations interested in education and protecting our sensitive areas in the Northwest area of Las Vegas. I look forward to seeing how all of this is rolled into the program for the Upper Las Vegas Wash. I will be supporting Olympia as our partner in this endeavor. Madam Mayor, I move we select Olympia and their presentation to negotiate with as our partner on the Upper Las Vegas Vision Plan on item number 55.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments? I think I certainly echo everything you said here. We've had phenomenal presentations. I think the quandary for both was, even among staff, the superiority of both developers. And so with the motion therefore being made by Mayor Pro Tem, I'm asking you all to vote, and please do so, and then please post. And that motion carries. And thank you, Mr. Fine, and thank you, everyone that has worked so hard on the presentation. And Mr. Perigo, now time really to earn your salary. Thank you and congratulations, and thank you both for participating in this and all the support. We are very grateful. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to agenda item 56. Boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Carlos Zuluaga and the reappointments of Rocky McGee, Brian Poole, and Brent Wright to the Board of Appeals. Mr. Wright and Mr. McGee have served since 2012, and Mr. Poole since 2018. All three are eligible and wish to continue serving. Mr. Zuluaga is the nominee for consideration to replace member Frank Wyatt, who is no longer wishing to serve. Action as outlined in the subject is supported by the Building and Safety Director, and that will be my motion. So please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. And we'll move on to agenda item 57. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Steve Lauber to the Ward 6 seats of the Traffic and Parking Commission and the Traffic Signal Capital Improvements Advisory Commission. Mr. Aguilar occupied the Ward seat resident seats on these boards and recently resigned. And a new member will need to be identified. Mr. Lauber is eligible and wishes to be reappointed or to be appointed. May I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to confirm Steve Lauber as a member of the Traffic and Parking Commission and the Traffic Signal Capital Improvements Advisory Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion to appoint Mr. Lauber. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. And we will move on to, okay, we are at number 58, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Item number 58, bill number Z2019-1 will be heard at a later meeting. There are no new bills, so the morning session city council is now in recess. we will, hold on one second, please, before we maybe not be in recess. Yes, we'll go into recess now, and I have 7 minutes after, and so we will reconvene at 11:45. 11:45, so thank you. So what number, where, so that would be, oh, so we're starting, we'll be starting. We're a minute late, 12:46, and we are back from recess. So, we're starting with agenda item 59? Okay, for possible action. Any items from the 11 a.m. session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have item 60, abeyance, a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees at 1617 Yellow Rose Street. Property owner, Manedict Anthony Mark Jr. and Kagan Joanne Garcia. Withdraw without prejudice, requested by the applicant owner. Then we have item 62, nuisance notice in order for failed inspection fees and daily civil penalties at 816 Alhambra Drive. Property owner, LaPierre Tomsole Civic, hold in abeyance to September 4th, 2019, requested by applicant owner. Then we have item 104, GPA 75814, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, on approximately 226 acres, generally located south of the Interstate 515, west of Eastern Avenue, north of Carson Avenue, and east of Las Vegas Boulevard. Held in abeyance to September 4th, 2019, requested by staff. Then we have item 105, VAR 75824, abeyance item, variance, public hearing, applicant, Rad Management LLC, owner DSRS Properties LLC at 835 Shetland. To withdraw without prejudice, requested by applicant. And that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. Please vote on Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Yes, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I would like to actually obey item number 104 a little bit more time, being that my ward is one of the wards being affected. I really do want to do my due diligence, and I know that there's been some concerns raised from community members regarding the adoption of form-based code, so I just wanted to make sure that instead of continuing to obey, if we could obey it out for 2 months, to just really give me that time to have the conversations, really learn it and study it, and then undertake it at that time.
So into October?
Yes, please.
What would that be, City Clerk? 104, please.
Yes,
Okay.
that would work. Thank you very much.
And have they been notified, Councilwoman,
Who?
that you are asking for?
Madam Mayor, I'm duly notified,
Oh,
since it's
Yeah,
a
it's
city
the city.
application. so-
okay. Thank you. Okay, that's the only change to the motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And so we'll move on to agenda item 60 now has been obeyed, withdrawn without prejudice, so 61. Public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding nuisance notice in order for failed inspection fees of $1,740 and daily civil penalties up to $67,500 for a total of $69,240 for unlicensed short-term rental activity, and to authorize the recording of a lien against the property located at 312 South Maryland Parkway. Property owner MS14 LLC, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider the assessment of failed inspection fees of $1,740 and daily civil penalties of up to $67,500 for a total of $69,240 for illegal short-term rental activity. This property is owned by MSIV LLC. The short-term rental activity on this property was reported to Code Enforcement February 1st, 2019. Code Enforcement confirmed that 2 of the 4 units in the building were being rented on Airbnb. Based on this information, staff issued a notice and order on February 7th, 2019. On February 20th, 2019, my Code Enforcement officer spoke with Mr. Paul Murad and advised him to cease all short-term rental activity. On the 21st of February 2019, Code Enforcement received a request of appeal of the notice and order Mr. Murad was notified that the request was denied as it was not made within the required time period. Code enforcement confirmed short-term rental activity at this property on March 22nd, 2019, and on April 5th, 2019. Based off this confirming the activity, staff then requested the city attorney's office obtain a search warrant to request all the rental data for the 2 units from Airbnb. After the search warrant was approved, staff served the request on Airbnb. As part of their policy, they notify the property owner or the platform user of the request for data. Mr. Murad filed in municipal court a motion to squash the warrant request, and that motion was denied. Airbnb provided the information to our department on June 25th, 2019. The information returned verified short-term rental activity totaling 135 days of rentals for the 2 units. The data also showed that the rental activity had occurred for 530 days before the notice and order was issued. Staff is requesting $67,500 in civil penalties be approved and lien against the property. The total amount of income generated by this activity was $12,637. Rooms taxes owed to the city is estimated to be in the amount of $7,250 due to the city. Business licensing will be addressing the collection of those funds. As of August 18, 2019, the Airbnb website was still operational. We are requesting $67,500 in daily civil penalties be approved and $1,740 in failed inspections fees be assessed by lien against the property.
Thank you very much. If you'd announce your name, please, and any comments you'd like to make.
Yes, I'm a little bit surprised because I thought this was an abeyance request. This is Paul Murad, Metroplex Realty. I'm the property manager for the property owners. We had requested an abeyance, so that was done with Ms. Luann. I've also requested that with the councilwoman's office. The property owner, I do not appreciate being called or referred to as the property owner. This is a company for real estate property owners and investors. The principal is out of the country because her sister just had a surgery, had a mastectomy, and so she's been out of the country. I've explained that situation in the conversation with Councilwoman's staff, and I also have an email that I presented to Councilwoman, and I wanted to see if the clerk can take that and give it to everybody, because we have made, this is an email from May 8th. This was from Ms. Vicky Ozunia, who just did this presentation, specifically saying that she will call me on May 8th and mention it twice in the email. You will see it circled there, and we never received that phone call since May 8th, and I've been wanting to address that issue. But we need an abeyance because A, the principal property owner wanted to be here, B, they wanted to consult an attorney on this matter, C, they also wanted to get the file that is being referred to and being presented to you, and none of that's been received whatsoever. So I wanted to ask for the same consideration and the same courtesy you just gave to item 60 and item 62, so that the property owners have a fair opportunity and chance to be duly advised, represented, and have a chance to also meet with code enforcement, as was attempted to be done following that May 8th. You see the date is cut off on the side. That email was rather large, but you see on the bottom it's circled when the attempt was made. And sorry, I wanted to give you a copy as well. I want to share that with you. So that's a simple request that we need fair time, and I'm thinking that we asked for 90 days from the city clerk's office, but you know, it's up to your consideration. There needs to be some time and some due diligence to be done here, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me first go back to Mrs. Zuna. Is this paper accurate, or do you have a comment back to this?
Actually, it's not accurate. It's very inaccurate. Mr. Murad sent that email, and in fact, myself and Ido Lena from Ward 3 met with Mr. Murad, and we talked about issues at another property. In this entire meeting, he never brought up his issues with the short-term rental. I was very surprised at that. I would have been more than happy to talk about it. I've been very forthright with the situation, and the notifications for this meeting were sent to the property owner, but Mr. Murad has provided himself from the beginning of this case as the person to deal with on this property, as he's the property manager. We have done that. We've communicated with him several times, well, numerous times. And so for him now to say that the property owner needs to be here is very surprising to me. We have also sent notifications to the property owners. They haven't contacted us. Everything's been done through Mr. Murad. Mr. Murad was notified of this hearing on August 9th, 2019. They've had more than enough time to either have an attorney who wants to represent them contact me. If he wanted a copy of the file, he could have just reached out, emailed me, let me know. I'm more than happy to send him all the information. In fact, I sent it to him yesterday once I heard the email that was sent to the city clerk's office, so.
Excuse me,
Thank you.
Counsel.
If I may, this is a public hearing, and so is there anyone here that would like to speak to this issue? Please come forward and state your name for the record. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Murad, please go ahead.
I mean, it's disingenuous to say the email is not accurate. The email is clearly printed from Ms. Azunia. It also copies quite a few people, former Councilman Bob Coffin, Mr. Summerfield, and Susan Finucane. The meeting that happened recently is regarding a different issue. I've been downtown since 2005. I represent a number of clients. 2005 was way before, things were happening when Mayor Oscar Goodman started with a vision to transform downtown. And we've been here since that time. I represent a lot of different clients. I cannot commingle different issues in the meeting. So we had a meeting, as was requested, and we dealt with one item that's totally separate and distinct from this item that is required a separate discussion. So to say we haven't had a chance to address this with you, we would like to have the same courtesy. The items before and below, number 60 and 62, have been obeyed. I'm not sure why there's such a controversy to get an abeyance in order to have a proper conversation with you, with the right people present, and also to have a chance to have the property owner present, because this is a very serious issue. It's a huge fine that you're trying to lien. It's a private property. This is United States of America. They should be able to have a chance to represent themselves. And I'm not sure why you're trying to rush and what is the hurry if you're talking about hurting someone to such an extent. It just does not make any sense. We need a proper time, and we requested that from clerk's office in writing. We communicated with the councilwoman's office even prior to that, and then we're informed of the proper process. And it's just a simple request to have time. We're not prepared to address this issue now, and there's no legal counsel present, and I think it's in everyone's best interest to have an opportunity to address this at the future city council.
Okay, thank you. I've had public hearing, which I've closed, and any comments from anybody on council before I turn it over to Councilwoman Diaz? Thank you, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Murad, can you tell us how long this situation has been occurring on this short-term rental property that is not properly licensed? When was the first time you were noticed?
The first time we were noticed, I don't remember, and I don't have those facts. I'm not prepared to address it. We didn't have information from the code, which were requested previously, and I need to have those facts. I'm not the right person to address those.
So per my confidential information that I have from my staff, you were noticed February 20th of this year, and they even went to the extent of emailing it to you when you contacted the office. So since February, you've known that it's not okay to be conducting business without a license. What steps have you taken to remedy the situation with city staff?
I addressed this with the property owners, and I also addressed it with the tenants. The property has leases signed for all the units, and I have those leases, and I actually offered to code enforcement staff to present those to them. When I offered that, they actually told me I was a liar and hung up on the phone with me when that occurred in February. There was a conversation, and I tried to address that as well. So there was an attempt to do it. That's when it escalated, and I sent the email, and that's the email that everybody has in front of you, asking for that conversation in the meeting. And Ms. Azunia said that she will call me the next day, May 8th. May went by, June went by, July went by, August, we had a meeting on a different separate matter because I represent a number of properties, and we have not had a chance to have the conversation with her, which we are asking for that opportunity, and I'm not sure why it's so controversial to be able to have that discussion and sit down at the table instead of doing it here in a public forum.
Okay. When did you request this meeting regarding the STR prior to today to Ms. Osuna, and she turned you away?
May 8th, if you see this email, the email that is on the bottom of it requests that conversation, that meeting, and that's her response saying, I will call you to discuss it, and I assumed it was to schedule the meeting. So we wanted to have one-on-one discussion and conversation, just like we did on a separate property, a separate matter, which is another unfortunate situation of how things are happening. The code is having selective enforcement on these properties when instead they should be pursuing vagrancy, trespassing, vandalism. And last night was an example of that with a fire in the Arts District. That's what Arts District is getting on the news for, that type of a fire versus dealing,
Yeah,
dealing
I'd
with
appreciate the
issues.
conversation to stay focused
Sure.
on this matter, because we're
Sure.
not dealing, and it is not clear from this email that you've provided us that you point out to Ms. Ozuna that you want to speak about this particular issue in the email. The only thing that I could kind of glean from it is saying, I will be calling you this, well, actually, that's Ms. Ozuna's response to you, actually.
Yes.
About additional issues. She's the one initiating, saying that she would like to have a conversation about additional issues. But I don't really see anything that is correspondence from you to her saying, I need to speak to you about this property.
Well, if we look at the whole chain, you see it was copied to Mr. Summerfield, Susan Finucane, and a number of other people, I think including Ms. Ido Iturralde in your office. So this was something that was initiated, and I mean, that's our sincere request. That's our request now. We want to have a discussion and conversation about remedying this issue, which in our belief has been remedied by the nature of the fact that we offered to show lease agreements. There are some tenants that could have been doing some activity, and we've remedied that issue as well. We want to address this again in a detailed plan, and that's what the opportunity that we're asking for to do, and seeing if we can reach a compromise, which is always the best route.
Agreed, but it needs to be done in a timely manner.
I agree, I understand.
Because now you have Las Vegas city staff spinning their wheels since February on this. It's gotten to this point where we have to lean for these civil penalties. I think had we reached out in February when the notice and order and then started the conversations from the first time we got notice, we wouldn't be down this road. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think 90 days is appropriate. This has already been consuming too much of staff's time. I will be at that meeting. I'm going to give you an abeyance for 30 days. I will be in the meeting. And just for future protocol, you do not notify the city clerk's office, you do not notify my office 1 day prior to the item coming before me. You notify me weeks in advance, because there's so many things that we city council members and the mayor have to be paying attention to that we can't just drop what we have to just tend the one issue. There's lots going on in our ward. So I'd appreciate it out of respect for our staff and ourselves as the body, that we get proper notice as well, that we have enough time to hear your concerns, but not at the 10th hour, because it's not fair to us.
Absolutely, I agree, and that's why we asked for an abeyance to not have to deal with it and do a last-minute kind of a rush. But we will do it sooner. I had communicated with your staff actually last week as well, but I didn't get the proper protocol, and I didn't follow the protocol of Ms. Luann Holmes being notified in the writing. I thought that maybe I can address with your office and try to have that meeting. But it was short notice, and we'll do things much more in advance.
We need to be efficient.
Yes, I agree.
All right,
Mayor
Mayor.
and Councilwoman, if I could just say one thing also.
Yes, please.
Just indicating that even though an applicant asks for an abeyance, doesn't mean that it's automatically granted. So the person needs to show up, and then only when you vote on the abeyance is the abeyance granted. So he shouldn't take it under any kind of consideration that it won't be heard, so he needs to show up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman, yes, 1 second, please. Councilwoman's decision will be in a form of a formal motion, whatever that is. And yes, please, Councilman Crear.
Thank you. I'm going to go along with whatever Councilman Diaz wants to do, yet I can't sit here and not make a comment on the fact that, Mr. Murad, you've said on a number of occasions that you represent a lot of people, and then you stand in front of us acting as though you don't know what's going on. Yet you stand in front of us saying that you weren't noticed. You stand in front of us when you've been noticed so many different times on so many different occasions that have been documented, and then you want to act like you have nothing to do with this property and that you aren't managing it or controlling it. I think it's just very disingenuous. Once again, I'm going to go along with what Councilwoman Diaz wants to do, but to somewhat take an approach of, well, I don't know nothing about it. I don't know anything about it. The owner's not here. When you've been noticed, you've personally been noticed on a number of occasions that have been documented, and then you stand in front of us and act like you don't know what's going on. And this isn't your first time representing your clients on real estate issues. So I personally find it disingenuous, and I just couldn't sit here and let you, disparage our team as if they're doing something backhanded or that they're doing something that is, behind closed doors. I find it very, very disingenuous. Thank you.
Okay, a comment? Yes, Councilwoman Seaman, please.
Yes, and I would like to also say that it really kind of bothers me the way you've spoken about our staff, because I think our staff is very professional. So when you come before this body, I would caution you, I will also defer to the councilwoman of that ward, but to talk about our staff the way you did is just a little disparaging.
Today's 21st. I believe her motion or his request was for a month, and it's up to September 18th would be that council meeting, if that's your choice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, Mr. Murad, respect breeds respect.
Sure.
If you ever encounter our city staff, they are doing their job. Please be respectful. There is no reason why we can't have a cordial conversation. We might not agree on the outcome, but our staff is owed respect. We don't come in saying we're more, they're less, or have an attitude when we're having or engaging conversations. All I ask is that we be respectful. And, I'm going out of my way here. Obviously, my colleagues don't feel that I should obey this item. I know Ms. Ozuna probably doesn't want me to either, but I'm going to be fair and hear you out, but know that moving forward, if you are asking for fair and equal treatment, we deserve the same. And so with that, if you want to say something, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to compliment Vicky Ozuna, who is in charge of our code enforcement, and what a fabulous, great job she does for all of us in all of our wards.
Thank you.
Okay, your motion then,
Yes,
please.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and obey this item number 61 on our agenda to September 18th City Council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. So we will, agenda item 62's been obeyed to the 4th of September. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, so now we're on to agenda item 63. Public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding nuisance notice and order for failed inspection fees of $4,320 and daily civil penalties up to $17,000 for a total of $21,320 for unlicensed short-term rental activity, and to authorize the recording of a lien against property located at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2017, property owner Valerie Kozak, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. And this is a public hearing which I declare open, and hello again, Mrs. Zuna.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider the assessment of failed inspection fees of $4,320 and daily civil penalties of up to $17,000 for a total of $21,320 for illegal short-term rental activity that has been occurring located at the location of 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2017, otherwise known as the Ogden. The property owner is Val Kozak, and this short-term rental activity on this property was reported to Code Enforcement November 25th, 2017. Code Enforcement confirmed that the unit was being rented on Airbnb, and based off of information staff issued a notice and order on May 5th, 2018. The notice and order was delivered certified mail on May 10th, 2018, and Code Enforcement then confirmed additional short-term rental activity at the property on June 30th, 2019. Based off of the confirming activity, June 30th, 2018. Based off of the confirming activity, staff then requested that the city attorney's office obtain a search warrant to request the data for the unit. The search warrant was approved on September 19th, 2018. Staff served the request to Airbnb. As part of their policy, they notified the property owner and the user, the platform user, of the request Airbnb did not respond with the requested data back to code enforcement until May 2019. The information returned verified short-term rental activity totaling 36 days of rentals for the unit. The data also showed that the rental activity had occurred for 148 days before the notice and order was issued. Staff is requesting $17,000 in civil penalties be approved and liened against the property. The total amount of income generated by this activity was $25,509. Room tax owed to the city is estimated to be in the amount of $3,316.17, which is due to the city. Business licensing will be addressing the collection of those funds. As of August 8th, the Airbnb website has been removed, and August 2018, the Airbnb website has been removed and has not been operational since. We are requesting $17,000 in civil penalties be approved against the property, plus $4,320 in failed inspection fees be assessed by lien against the property.
Thank you very much. Sir, if you'll state your name for the record, and are you the property owner?
Yes, my name is Valery Kobzak.
Okay, anything you'd like to mention at this point?
Here is the thing, when I bought this
You want
property...
to speak close to the microphone.
when I bought this property on the Ogden, the manager and the salesperson told me I can do Airbnb on this property, you know, because I know some of them you cannot rent it out. And when you guys sent me this notice, it was on May 3, 2018, and here it say the initial inspection, no charge, first inspection, 120, third inspection, 180, but after I start getting this fee like for $1,000 and all this stuff, I have all the papers here. And I took my property out, and I just have a long-term rental now for like years.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything in response there, Mrs. Zuma?
I do want to point out that Airbnb was, it took them 9 months to respond on our search warrant. And due to the difficulties that we have with Airbnb, I don't want them to think that we will not bring these items forward just because it takes them 9 months to respond. So, but the property owner did bring the property into compliance after, we requested the search warrant. So he has been in compliance for a long time. I do want to note that because at least he's listened and brought the property into compliance. So.
No, that's positive. We like to hear things that are positive, and because of the red tape that's involved in some of these, it's ridiculous. But we want to make sure that we treat all residents equitably, so thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 63? Any comments from council on this? Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kobzak, how soon after you got notice did you stop renting your unit as short-term rental?
I got this notice on May 3, and I close all my days on Airbnb because I have guests from the last year, they was renting, and I just didn't cancel that rent, because people are coming and stay there. And that's it. After I close everything and posted my apartment on Craigslist, and I found tenants who took the apartment for a year, And yeah, I'm so sorry about this, but when I bought this property, I just did an investment, and all the guys from the Ogden told me I can do Airbnb, because I know the Palms can do Airbnb and the Ogden, but nobody told me. But for now, I will know. I have to come to the city and ask if is that agree or not, I didn't know this. That's what I mean.
Councilwoman, if I might ask, what did you say the taxes that were owed on this property?
Room taxes owed to the city whenever, if they're licensed,
Right.
then the Airbnb people have to provide room tax to the city.
Right.
It's required, I believe, under state law. Mary will correct me if I'm incorrect. But so a lot of the illegals, they're not collecting that room tax, and it is money that should be, even though they were doing it illegally, they should still pay the city.
And part of it tied up because of the lack of response. But what's the total amount of what was owed on the room tax?
We're estimating that at $3,316.17. Business license will work up the correct amount, but it's somewhere around there.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing I would like to point out is when we did notice the property owner, we gave him 30 days. At that time, we were giving people 30 days because they could still get licensed and stuff, and if they had people scheduled, we felt 30 days was enough for them to cancel anything beyond that point. The rentals continued from the month of June.
Stopping, if I might, Mrs. Zuna, stopping at that point where you were giving him the 30 days. Back up. Now what would he owe for that period?
We already took those out. We didn't, the penalties were just figured based off of the activity in, after June 2nd. I'm trying to keep the slide up. After June 2nd through the end of July, that encompasses the 36 days he was in non-compliance.
Okay. And operative and Airbnb occupied?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Councilwoman.
No problem.
Councilwoman?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Also, because we've been dealing with the short-term rentals for the last couple of years, and the Ogden has been quite a challenge, because when the Ogden started selling their units, they literally advertised to purchase it as short-term rentals. So the Ogden really had a lot to play in some of the investors in that.
Mr. Kobzak, are you aware you cannot use that unit for a short-term rental unless you apply for a license to
Yeah, sure.
operate it as such?
Yeah, now I know this.
Okay. You didn't know it, though, at the time you were doing this?
No, I didn't, because I know the Palms can rent and the Ogden. That's why I bought a unit here, just for investment. I don't live there, you know. I bought for the Airbnb. But now I have like tenants from last year to this year, and they want to extend it, you know. I'm not going to do any more Airbnb on
So
this.
when was the last time you rented it as an Airbnb? Do you remember?
It was 1st August. Yeah, the last time. 1st, 2nd.
What do you think is fair? What is your ask of us?
I don't know, because I got this notice, and here it says first inspection, it's 120, second inspection, 180, plus 150 civil penalty. But I never get this charge. I just starting getting these charges. $1,500, $330, $500, you know, it's total different amount. I don't know.
Do you understand the amount of the lien that you're facing right now?
No, not really.
Okay.
It's too much.
So let's have,
I didn't even make that money on that property, you know.
And Councilwoman, just for the record, our code talks about you being able to grant up to $500 per day as a penalty for violation of our code.
Correct.
So you're able to grant, you don't have to grant the full $500 per day for every day he was in violation. If you believe it wasn't as egregious, you may go anywhere from $0 to $500 per day, depending on what you believe the activity consisted of.
well, I do like the fact that he remedied the situation, right? And
Yes.
he's no longer operating that unit as a short-term rental, and I think that that deserves some, credit. But Ms. Ozuna, what are your thoughts? I'm seeing you want to kind of chime in.
Well, as much as I would like to support, because he did bring the property into compliance, I just want to point out that we got the complaint in November, the prior year. We had some issues with parcel numbers being crossed at the Clark County building, and so when we originally sent a notice in December, and it went to the wrong people because Clark County had the wrong information. So, but my supervisor did speak with the gentleman and explain everything in December. So it's not like he didn't know, and then, once everything got straightened out with the parcel, which took a while, then we proceeded with notification. So I would like to support, because if you want to, maybe lessen the penalties, because he did bring the property into compliance, but he was fully aware of what the activity he was doing, so.
And if I might add, Councilwoman, or a question, what was the date that the council decided no Airbnbs?
That was June 7th of 2018, Mary? I'm looking at you. Do you remember when City Council decided?
Yes, our law changed, I think it was June 23rd, 2017. And, I would just like to point out that there was email correspondence in February 2018 from our code enforcement officer to the owner, Val, because we did receive a complaint early on, like Mrs. Zuna said, and we were talking to him about, we suspected he was renting the unit out for less than 31 days. And so he went through this process of claiming he was renting it out for 31 days or more. So it was very early on that he was actually notified that he was out of compliance. And he was finally issued the notice and order the early part of May 2018. We did give him credit for the 30 days. We do allow him 30 days to clear out those calendars, and he did continue to rent after that period of time. I'd also like to point out that the hearing today, you can think of this as a two-step process where you're making a call here as to whether you feel the fines are warranted. He can always come back at a later date and file for a waiver of these penalties and have another hearing.
And what would be the gain in that for either side of this issue?
Well, that's the process that we have. You can make a decision today with what you feel is right, but he would have another opportunity to file for a waiver. That could go back before City Council, or it could go back before our hearing officer.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything else you wanted to add to this?
I want to say I got this notice on May 3rd, and I called the officer. His name it was McCoy. I talked with him, and he gave me this request for a viewer, and I filled this up on September 10, 2018, and I have this viewer now this year, That's why you guys putting me that penalty like 17,000. I don't know why I didn't get this stuff like before that,
So what he's referring to is a waiver request to go before, at that time it would have been the designee because it was just failed inspection civil penalties. But due to the case still being ongoing and we were waiting for the search warrants, I did not process the waiver request, which is normal process for this, for code enforcement, not to put it through until we have the whole story. So.
So all things considered, if I might just continue, Councilwoman Diaz, with Mrs. Zuna here, if in fact, because I did hear Councilwoman ask considering all the challenges that were part of this, where should the penalty be? Obviously, it seems to the best of his ability, been fixed, and yet there is some compliance in there, too.
Actually, the more I've talked about it now, I think that you should approve what we've requested.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just...
asking.
He can always apply for a waiver in the future.
Yes, Mr.
Mayor, I was just and for the new council persons, the applicants, or the item before you today is for the notice and order for failed inspection fees of up to $4,320 and daily civil penalties up to $17,000. So, Councilwoman Diaz, you can go with anything up to the $17,000, and then at a later date, if this gentleman wants to do a reduction of whatever you place on, whatever lien you place, he'll have to file for a separate waiver of those fees. So you can go with the $4,320 in hard costs, and then it's up to you to determine exactly what those civil penalties should be, up to $17,000.
Thank you for that. All right, so I definitely know we need to recoup our hard costs, so $4,320, there's no discussion about that. I heard that BNI will be processing the room taxes owed to the tune of $3,360-ish. So I think, that process will hopefully, be followed up on. Knowing that he has to pay those taxes and the hard costs, I would like to see a reduction in the civil penalties by 50% and lien $8,500 in addition to the hard costs. Does that make sense, Ms. Ozuna?
That is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the 3,300.
That amount would be $8,500. Oh, total? Let me, Are you cranking it, Ms. Ozuna?
$12,820.
So I move.
Not including the room tax.
Not including,
Because that's
correct.
not included for today.
Correct.
Which you estimate, as you say, for that period of time that we're out.
Correct. Is $3,316, somewhere around there.
Seems we're getting them three ways, which isn't fair. No, I have to say, I think that is a little hard on for him. I mean, he seems just genuinely was trying. There were a lot of pieces, got all confused, so we missed the tax money. That definitely should come in because it was occupied. And then he has the original, what was it for? 4,000. And then to add that last kicker of 50% of the, hold on a second. Yeah. 50% of the civil penalties. I would love to see us be a little more benevolent with the civil penalties. But it, you know, I hear somebody who's whispering. How about reducing him 90% down?
All right, Mayor, it's coming from you. Ms. Ozuna, I am
If you get in
absolved.
trouble and you ever do this again, you can find me on your doorstep.
No.
But we're not there yet.
All right, so I like to listen to my peers. I think that's what a council is all about. So Ms. Ozuna, I guess we'll
Could I ask
follow
one
the
more
mayor's.
thing
Yes,
since I'm doing
go
this?
ahead,
And I respect
Madam
you, and
Mayor.
I think you're doing a great job, and love having you on our council. She's a very fair person. So as you were saying, Sunday, I looked at your face, so I want to hear what's still there.
Yeah, I understand.
But, I mean, if in fact all this were added up to,
With the 10%, which is $1,700, plus the 4,320, it's $6,020.
but does that, our original inspection fees, you want that in there?
Right,
He
that
should pay
includes-
the taxes, the room taxes that he got.
We can't include the room tax in this. It's not under our ordinance. It's up for business license to follow up on. We just like to let you guys know that there's additional monies that are going to be due to
Okay,
the
so
city.
those should come in to us too.
Right,
in
Mayor,
your
you're only agended for the civil penalties and the hard costs
Right,
today,
but
so.
I'm going on for what we really can do, so we need to get those taxes through
Yes.
the civil penalties, and you were probably
Well,
right in your riddle.
I think that'll be in a separate proceeding, I think, for the actual room taxes, Mayor. So you don't
They're
have
gonna
to
have
include it here, but it will be collected at a later date.
Okay, then I'm good, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, if the mayor's ready for the motion, then I move that on item 63, we reduce civil penalties by 90% to $1,700. We will make sure to recoup our failed inspection fees of $4,320, which would give us a total of $6,020 that he still owes the city.
By what date? A month? How
Well,
much do you do?
Our process is that we will file the liens. If he doesn't pay them come next June, they'll be sent to Clark County to be put on the tax roll, which I do want to give you guys a little quick update. The commissioners yesterday at Clark County made some changes to their ordinance and are giving them the ability now to send on short-term rentals. Code enforcement's going to be sending their liens to tax roll too for collection for short-term rental issues. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sir, do you understand what we're saying?
Yeah,
You know, a tax roll, you can lose your condominium.
yeah.
If you don't, okay, so my question that I would like to know from you, with this fine of 6,000 plus, when do you think you can pay that?
I don't know, like in 1 year?
Okay, so we'll leave it up to them to make that, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Ozuna, he can contact your office for further clarification if he needs to know more about this process, what the lien means, and sit down and have the conversation about the year's time that you just spoke, because I think that, It's complicated for me. I can only imagine for somebody.
Correct. Before I leave here, I'll give him my business card so he can contact me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's your motion? Do we need to repeat it?
No.
Okay. All right, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. You vote aye?
Councilwoman Seaman?
Okay. No, not hers. And that motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Zuna. Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, agenda items 64 through 75 on the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve consent agenda item number 64 through 75?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve consent items 64 through 75.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda items 76 through 103. Okay, items number 76 through 103 may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 76, MOD 76535, applicant Greystone Nevada LLC, owner Howard Hughes Corporation LLC, on a request for a major modification of the approved Summerlin Village 24 Master Development Plan to change the Summerlin land use designation from SF2, single-family detached, 6 units per acre to SFSD, single-family special lot development, 18 units per acre, on 103.82 acres in the south side of Crossbridge Drive, approximately 2,700 feet south of Sun Creek Drive, PC Plan Community Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman, and related items number 77 through 98, SCD 76513 through SCD 76534, and a request for a Summerlin major deviation to allow a 3-foot to 8-foot or 18-foot garage door setback where 3 feet to 5 feet or 18 feet is required on lots number 133, 137 through 139, 142, 144 through 145, 152, 158, and 159, 163 through 166, 174, 308, 309, 325, 339, 351, 352, and 412 of a 421-lot single-family residential development and portion of 103.82 acres south side of Crossbridge Drive, approximately 2,700 feet south of Sun Creek Drive, PC Plan Community Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman, and related item number 99, TMP 76536, Summerlin Village 24 parcel FGH, on a request for a tentative map for a 421-lot single-family residential subdivision on 103.82 acres south side of Crossbridge Drive, approximately 2,700 feet south of Sun Creek Drive, PC Plan Community Zone, Ward 2, Councilwoman Seaman. Number 100, GPA 76545, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, on a request for a general plan amendment for M medium density residential to PF public facility, and related item 101, ZON 76546, and a request for rezoning from R3 medium density residential to CV Civic on 1.30 acres northeast corner Bonanza Road and Wardell Street, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. Number 102, SUP 76605, applicant Jess the Mess LLC, owner 201 Charleston LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,639 square foot tavern limited establishment with 600 square feet of outdoor seating area at 201 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 100, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. And number 103, EOT 76972, non-public hearing, applicant Bruce Leslie, owner, Comet LV LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern use at 600 Jackson Avenue, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Staff recommends approval on all items, and Planning Commission recommends approval on items number 76 through 102. That I declare that public hearings open on these items, and if anyone wishes to be heard on items 76 through 102. Okay, seeing none, I'll close public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote, items 76 through 103?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the one motion, one vote items.
Okay, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. So now we will go on to, okay, that was 103. Going the wrong way here. Well, we're just whipping right through this. We are on page number, yes, we are on the bottom of page 13 for those of you who have your folder. And 105, as you know, was withdrawn without prejudice, and 104 was obeyed to October 4th. October 16th, correct. I had September. Okay. So agenda item number 106. SUP 76230, public hearing, applicant owner Main Street Investments 3 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 3,720 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1319 South Main, CM Commercial Industrial Zone, Ward 3 of Councilwoman Diaz. And because of one of my sons in the business, in the industry, I will send this over to Mayor Pro Tem to follow it up. And do the
Thank
rest.
you. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, the requester of this SUP is asking for an abeyance out to October 16th.
Would you like to make that motion,
I
Councilwoman Diaz?
will make that motion to obey this item until October 16th council meeting.
There's a motion on the floor. And that motion passes. Item 106 has now been obeyed till October 16th. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item. If I can get there, there it is. Agenda item 107, GPA 76550, and a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to L1R Light Industrial Research, and number 108 ZON 76551, a request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to CM Commercial Industrial. The applicant is Americo Real Estate Company, and the owner is Bajinder Singh Randhawa on .63 acres at 3951 North Rancho Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. On both items, the Planning Commission recommends approval and staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer, public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And if you would, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Mike Vargovich. I am the company president for U-Haul Company of Nevada. Thank you very much, Mayor, and the rest of the council. Appreciate all the time that staff has taken to sit down with us and go over all the details of the project. Currently, what we have is at 3969 North Rancho is our larger U-Haul facility, and what we're looking at doing is putting a portable storage facility on the property at 3951. The reason for the general plan amendment and the zoning change is simply by definition of the type of facility that we're actually putting up there. It is a mobile storage facility by our definition, but because of the open space, they're looking at it as being the planning department is looking at it as being a warehouse. Warehouse isn't allowed in the C1, so that's why we're all here today.
Thank you.
And what we're trying to do is take the empty lot, and if I can put this somewhere.
Yep, you were right there, I think, there.
And that's just a rendition drawing. We'll have site development plan, site plan, and all that as we get through this portion of the process.
How many stories is that?
It'll be 30 feet.
30 feet?
Yeah.
With elevator, I gather?
It's going to be, and that's where it comes in, the portable storage, if I can put this out real quick. It's our, what we call U-Box. It's portable storage that the community uses to take the storage storage container to their home, bring it back to us, we store it in the facility. So that's where we ran into the definition problem, which maybe we can work on as we go forward. But because of it going into a facility, it doesn't have floors, elevators, it's just an open space, is what it's going to be at that location.
Okay, so.
And then we stack and store, and then as people need to get into their items, they either need to add to it or they need to empty them out. They can either pick them up, take them to their home, we can deliver them to their home, or if they're moving out of state, we can do that as well.
So they're pods, really, sort of?
Oh, man, that's a competition. So,
No, I didn't
yes,
say
that
that.
is the easiest definition of it.
Yeah.
It's just,
Only because you got there second,
yeah, the same thing.
okay?
It's the same thing.
But that's
All
the
right.
concept,
You
because you
made me
see
admit
them
it.
around town. So
Yes.
therefore, the craning and moving them one on top of another is a service you will or do provide?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Let's go turn to Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. So it is just a general plan amendment and a rezoning. There is no associated site development plan review at this time. He's indicated the proposed use. It falls under the warehouse distribution center because they deliver them there, drop them off, and they do send them out of state. So it falls under that definition. Precipitating the request, the proposed amendment of the general plan would facilitate the proposed rezoning of the property to a commercial industrial zoning district where the potential uses allowed by that zoning district would not be compatible with the harmonious with the surrounding limited commercial and residential land uses, and staff is recommending denial of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on items number 107 and 108? I'll close public hearing. Any comments from council? Okay, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, if there's no discussion, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Your motion is to approve?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with 107, please. There's a motion to approve agenda item 107. Please vote, please post. That motion carries. And on agenda item 108, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 108, ZON 76551, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 108. Please vote, please post.
All the best.
Motion carries.
Thank you very
Best of luck.
much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to 109 and 110. 109, GPA 76580, and a request for a general plan amendment from PF Public Facilities to SC Service Commercial. Number 110, ZON 76581, and a request for a rezoning from CV Civic to C1 Limited Commercial. The applicant owner is For Him for Life, Inc., on 4.50 acres at 800 North Bruce Street on both items. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. There are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Okay. Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure why the applicant's not here, but in lieu of that, the density and intensity of the proposed service commercial land use designation is not compatible with the adjoining low-density and medium-density residential land use designations. Furthermore, the growth and development factors in the surrounding community do not indicate the need for commercial zoning to adjoin the single-family residential neighborhoods east of Bruce Street, and as such, staff has recommended denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this a 501c3 organization?
I am not aware of if it is or not. I mean, it's the... I think
The
it's-
name sounds like it might be for Him for Life, or a church, a religious group, or we don't know what it does or is.
Well, currently, the use of the site is civic with a church on it, so I don't know if the property owners are putting this forth or someone that they're in an arrangement with. Yeah, it's unfortunate that they're not here to speak on their behalf.
So they were duly notified, though?
That's correct, yes.
Huh.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, since the, there's no one here to represent the project.
Councilman and Councilwoman and Mayor, apparently the applicant's on his way here. Would it be okay to trail this item until such time as they get here?
Do you have any idea of how long? Oh,
20 minutes,
fine.
Mayor?
Fine. Is that all right with you, Council?
Yeah, I don't have any problem, if you don't have any problem, just postponing us hearing this item.
Fine.
Or these items, item
Fine.
109 and 110.
Okay, so we'll trail them, and we'll move on now to 111, and I'll hold a public hearing on those two items then. So we are on 111, 112, 113. GPA 76598, a request for a general plan amendment from MXU mixed use to L1R light industrial research, it's probably LIR. ZON 76599, a request for a rezoning from C1 limited commercial to CM commercial industrial. S113 SDR 76600, request for a site development plan review, proposed 62,976 square foot warehouse development and 10,000 square foot shade structure with waivers of Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas Area 2 development standards. The applicant owner is 634 Main Street LLC on 2.60 acres, northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Main Street, C1 limited commercial zone, proposed CM commercial industrial. On all items, the Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Carrier. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Yes.
Yes. Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'll let staff go first, if that's what you'd like.
Okay. Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The subject site is located within the catchment district of downtown Las Vegas, which allows all deviations from Title 19 standards to be addressed as waivers associated with the site development plan review. The applicant has requested multiple waivers from development standards to allow reduced parking, building setbacks, landscape buffers, residential adjacency setbacks, and to allow increased perimeter wall heights and lot coverage throughout the site. The applicant has worked with Outside Historic Preservation Foundation to address aesthetic concerns as it relates to landscape materials, minor amendments to components of building elevations, including of use of particular color palettes. These changes are encapsulated in the revised staff report and conditions of approval located in your backup materials. However, I don't believe they were timely enough to be incorporated into the PowerPoint. However, due to the multiple waivers and exceptions of Title 19 development standards associated with the project, staff has determined that the proposed project is not compatible with the surrounding development in the area and will have a negative impact on the adjacent single-family residential properties located to the north and east of the subject site. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard from the public on these items?
Well, I'd like, want me to go first, or?
Well, since she's already up and you were silent in the beginning, let's hear from
Okay.
our wonderful Assemblywoman.
Good morning. Heidi Swank, 330 West Washington. I represent Nevada Preservation. We have been working with the applicant since the Planning Commission meeting to come up with some color palettes that would match the 1940s neighborhood around it. I'll say that in the neighborhood, there's a diversity of opinions on this project. Some folks are good, some folks not so good on it. But we have worked really hard to accommodate a lot of the things that the neighborhood wanted to see. We made changes in the landscaping from palm trees to cypress, because those were the trees that were at the Biltmore Hotel that was historically on that site. We have put in, they've agreed to put in some vines up that wall along First Street so that it's a softer look as folks who are on First Street look out at that wall. And also they have agreed to put in a, it's not on the mock-up here, but there will be a, there'll be a mural that says, "Welcome to the Biltmore Bungalows, established 1942." And just on a nerdy note in that is that it will be in the brush script font that was introduced in 1942, the same year that the Biltmore Bungalows were platted. So while it might not fit with the use for the lot, there's been a lot of work back and forth, and there are still some folks in the neighborhood who are not happy, but others who are. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to close public hearing. We will go back to Mr. Kessler at this point for his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem again, thank you. Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North. It's my pleasure today to bring forth these applications for a general plan amendment, a rezone, and an SDR and corresponding waivers for a 62,976 square foot warehouse located on the northeast corner of Main and Bonanza. This warehouse is an integral component to the new Circa Resort Casino Hotel. It will service both Circa as well as Mr. Stevens's other casinos, the D and Golden Gate Casino. I believe this warehouse is appropriate. I'll go over a couple of little things. When we designed this project, we were always mindful of the residential to the east. We incorporated in our original design certain rounded edges that we felt were more appropriate. Those have been removed as part of our works with the neighbors. We put in a sloped roof that typically you do not find in a warehouse to help it blend in better with the architecture. We broke up the colors to allow it to be better visually, aesthetically visually better, if you would, to the eye, because it's a long piece of wall along the First Street piece for the neighborhood. And then we used a masonry wall type that was more reminiscent of the 40s. So we did a lot of things in our design to think about the residential to the east. And we worked with the neighbors, as you heard with Heidi, and we did our best to try and accommodate everything. We changed a lot of great things. We brought cypress trees in, which is a really nice look, and we're very happy that we were able to do that. As you may or might know, the cypress trees are not allowed per our code, so you need a waiver for that and some other things. Just want to talk about the zoning piece. All of the hard corners on Main and Bonanza are all zoned CM. So all of the 4 hard corners are zoned CM. Again, that's one of the reasons that we feel that the rezone is appropriate. Additionally, on the west side of Main Street, all of the properties north of here are zoned M, and then all the properties north of this project.
Mr. Kessler?
East side.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sorry.
Either want to be in front of one mic and turn in front of you, maybe stay there.
Sorry about that, Chris.
Thank you.
I apologize. What I was referring to is all of the properties on the west side of Main Street are zoned M, and all of the properties on the east side of Main Street are zoned CM. Again, those are some of the reasons we believe it's appropriate.
Back to your mic.
A lot of moving around a bit. Sorry. A lot of the waivers, like I indicated, are due to just the unique nature of downtown. We are looking for a 10-foot fence here, a screening fence. And the reason we chose 10 feet is not just the security piece, but also the screening of the activity that's going to happen inside of the warehouse. And that'll help the neighbors to the east not see so much activity that's going on. We did have a neighborhood meeting on June 12th. It was held at the West Las Vegas Library. We tried to have a meeting closer to the property. The Dula Center. It was closed for renovation at that time. We reached out to the other folks at various us, and there was conflicts, and we chose the West Side Library as our location. Again, I'll move quickly. Want to thank staff. It's been an incredible process. We have had a lot of various changes and things along the way, and the staff has been great to work with. The neighbors have been great to work with. Again, we tried to accommodate everyone's desires. We weren't able to do so, but I think we did a good job of drawing a consensus. And then lastly, to thank the council for listening to what I had to say over the past week when I met with you folks. With that being said, I'd ask that you approve subject to staff's conditions.
Can you, we may have some questions here, and I do have the public comment still open. Access to the unit, is it from all the way around?
It's only off of Main Street. We did that intentionally so that there was no activity along the First Street side. And the Bonanza side as well, we didn't feel it was appropriate based on the way the traffic flows, so we felt the best entrance was along Main. We also incorporated in our design a new bus stop and shelter that is being installed on this corner, and that'll be part of our design as well.
And then, therefore, the Golden Gate, how does that service? I mean, back and forth, up and down Main?
Yes, most of this, the box truck deliveries from the warehouse to the Circuit Resort would go down Main Street.
And are you leasing out space to other properties to store it
No,
with you?
there's, these guys have enough on their plate for this warehouse. Probably need more space than this in the future.
Any questions by council? Before I turn it over to Councilman Crear, public hearing's still open. Was there anything else? Please come forward and state your name for the record. Thank you, Mr. Kessler.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Mayor Goodman, other council members.
You
My
want to
name
pull
is-
the microphone down a little bit for you? Thank you.
My name, excuse me, is Corey Vincent, and I own the property at 105 Palm Lane. My parents bought that back in the early 1960s, and I still maintain it. We moved there in the 60s, and as kids, we used to walk uptown to the movies, go up to the Dula Center to go swimming, go to Cashman Park to go to the baseball games and the fireworks on 4th of July. We love our neighborhood very much, and we're concerned about it. And we feel that if this was rezoned, we would just be kind of overrun with warehouses to serve the hotels and the casinos. Excuse me, I realize that the applicant has very strong financial interest in the downtown area and is an important part of the downtown redevelopment by providing jobs and income to the city. But I hope that you would also consider our little neighborhood. It's been there since the 40s, and it's a cute little neighborhood, and people are starting to refurbish and update their homes and are starting to take more pride in their neighborhood. It's been run down for a long time, but things are starting to pick up and look better in there. Ms. Swank was very nice to come out and talk to us about making the warehouse more appropriate and more attractive to the neighborhood, because we were very disappointed that the Planning Commission voted to approve the project. And we understand that we are just a neighborhood and that the downtown development is important, but we'll hope you consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down, appreciate it. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard on any of these items?
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Councilman. Thank you for listening to us. There are
Your name, please, and
Charmaine Lai.
where do you live, nearby?
I do own 2 properties in that neighborhood.
Okay, can you point them, is there that same map, sort of map?
I don't know if it extends all the way.
Okay.
Okay. I own this property on this property over here, and also
Okay.
one around the corner over here
Wait,
somewhere.
one microphone or the other? Can you stand at the map
Okay.
and then talk? Thank you.
I own this property over here, and also another property over here.
And what do you do on those properties?
I have rented them out, I have remodeled them, and I have spent money to upgrade the properties and to improve the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
So, so even though we didn't really like the idea of having a warehouse over there, we do take pride in the neighborhood, remodeling the place to improve the neighborhood, and I wanted to ask if the applicant would consider putting up a plaque on the corner of Bonanza and Main, on the corner stating that it's a historical area, because the houses are built in the 1940s. They were built in the 1940s.
Excuse me, you said a park or a
No,
plaque?
well, maybe an engraved plaque into the wall.
A little
stating-
different cost there. Park is huge and I don't know if there's space, but a plaque?
A plaque or engraved plaque into the wall stating that it's a historical area, as the bungalows were all built in the 1940s as part of the Boulder Dam project when they were building. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Lucky it wasn't a park.
I know.
My goodness. Anyone else wishing to be heard? We'll close public hearing and, wait, not closed. One more.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, and especially our new council people. I know we got 3 of them.
Was that your song, Sherry, that I heard when you first came in here?
Phone?
Sherry Ann.
No, that was my
you?
partner.
Okay.
My partner had to
We
leave,
heard
my
it.
neighbor. He had to go to the VA hospital at 1:30, so he had to get out of town. Because, you know, the VA is like 30 miles away practically. Anyway, my name is Oliver Moore. I reside at 733 North First Street, and I also own the home at 700 North First Street, right across from this warehouse. I want to say
Can you point
garage,
to
but
that
it's
one,
warehouse.
sir? Could you point to that one on the map right in front of you there? Thank you. Okay.
And anyway, this has been a real learning process for me. And I've talked to probably 75% of the neighbors, and they're mostly Hispanic. They don't like to get involved too much, but they did sign some petition. Did you see petition anywhere there? Did you get a petition? I sent a petition in against the project a week ago.
Those are the ones you noted for us, I think the clerk had on them. Or
did-
they're on the attachment
Oh,
list.
'cause I just,
You have the list of names.
I didn't know whether you guys had seen it or not.
Well, the main thing is that you give it to our
But,
clerk.
You know, there's not many people here. Here's some of the people right here that were on this petition. You know, it's not a big neighborhood, but I went around and talked to these people. And as you know, that warehouse, I think one of our councilmen that plays golf could probably hit a golf ball from the warehouse to Main Street Station. I know I can. We're really close to redevelopment, and I noticed on my taxes, I pay for something like 51% of my taxes go towards the redevelopment agency. And I don't really feel that this project is really redevelopment. This is actually downgrading our property. How would you like to have a warehouse right next to your house? This is what I call the Biltmore blunder. This is our badlands that you guys have had to fight and contend with. So I hope you understand how close we are to downtown to build a warehouse. There are places for warehouses, and it should be put there. Now, they're going to put, what, 60,000 square feet, the 2.6 acre lot? Well, that's pretty tight. Amazon's doing basically 600,000 square feet in 56 acres. Do the math. I'm not going to do it for you, but think about it. It's too tight and too close. Your staff recommends denial. Your staff was hired by you guys, is paid by you guys, and they're professional. Now, I don't know about the planning commission. That's a different story. Those guys have probably been juiced in. That's all I have to say.
inappropriate. That is very inappropriate and not necessary.
Thank you. No, don't get in.
Our ward doesn't even have anybody on that planning commission.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
city clerk down here, we do not have, we
Oh,
do
I'm
not have
sorry.
the petition.
There is no
We do not
petition.
have the petition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lowenstein. Are there any other comment there?
No, Madam Mayor. we
Sir,
already
would
did
you
our
like to give
presentation.
the petition to the clerk? Because we do not have it. You didn't, we don't have it. If you don't want to give it, then it's not on the record. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard? Here comes somebody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Casimiro Perales. I live by the First Street, 728 North First Street.
Can you show us where you live?
So, besides, you know, a lot of traffic gonna be around no matter what, our First Street is too narrow. We don't even have
Well, I think Mr.
sidewalks.
Kessler, I think Mr. Kessler said the
Excuse me?
traffic would, Mr. Kessler answered my question.
Yes.
About the traffic. He said no, on Main Street, not on First.
Well, suppose now, but as you know, it's gonna be more busy, the area. Our
No,
street's too
it's,
narrow.
Based on what he is, you respond, I'm not in the business.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. There'll be no activity along First Street. There's no entrances.
you.
There's no ability to enter the project along First Street. We did that intentionally. Additionally, along Bonanza, there's no way to enter. Main Street is a huge, or a very major thoroughfare and has already what I'll call the traffic pattern that is, and they just take a right and turn into off of Main.
Okay, thank
And it's just, my other concern is that, you know, the property value. So it's going to deny because, you know, it's something, you are approving something industrial.
Thank you very
Could be
much.
commercial. You know, I don't understand much of it, but my common sense says, you know.
How long have you been in your house, sir?
Since 1998, I got the property.
Wonderful. Well, this is a wonderful company. Certainly, there are always, all of us who lived here a long time, concerns about our neighborhood, and unfortunately or fortunately, they change, they fluctuate, and but knowing the reputation of everything that the Stevens brothers have done here, and the amount that they are just so careful of residents and the whole flavor of downtown, and being a productive partner to the city, I'd be very concerned, because otherwise you have no idea what would be going in there. Additionally, because they could sell the property and put up something you really...
I'm sorry, I get lost with my English, though, I understand
Well,
it's not
you've
so
done
good.
very well, and you've made a record, and we certainly appreciate your taking the time to come here. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
My name is Herbert Falk. It's a pleasure to talk with the council people here of Las Vegas and the mayor. I've lived in Seattle 47 years. I've been in Las Vegas for 14, and I've lived downtown those 14 years on North First Street. And I just believe in my heart that there has to be a better place for this warehouse. How about on Western Avenue or Industrial Street, or where the other warehouses are? I just seem to think it's going to change the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. I just think that I hate to see it go up. I go to the D, and I love what you guys have done with downtown. I appreciate it. Remember coming here in 2005, and the progress that's been made. But I oppose it, and I hope that there's another way to go about this. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you for
Thank you
coming.
very
We
much.
appreciate your waiting and coming, so thank you, sir. Anyone else? I will close public comment then, and anything else from the city or no? And from Mr. Kessler, anything else?
Nothing further.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I'll point out one thing, just,
Okay.
again, I pointed it out earlier, just, there's a warehouse directly across the street here. Just so you're aware, we attempted to purchase that warehouse. We were unsuccessful, just
Can
based
you
on the owners.
point, can we get the camera on that slide? That is a warehouse?
Yes. I just
Okay.
share that fact with you.
And still operates as such?
It is, it's not, no one's leasing it at the moment, but
Okay.
it's there.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Creer, any council comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, first, I want to thank all the neighbors for coming out and expressing their concern. I think it's really important that your voice is heard here at council. And I also want to thank Mr. Kessler and his team for coming and speaking to us and speaking to other council people about what they want to do. I do believe that the owners of this property have nothing but the highest intention and best use for this property. Everything that they've done has shown that they care about the community, that they are, true citizens of Las Vegas and downtown Las Vegas. I appreciate you working with Ms. Swank in terms of trying to establish some standards from a historical perspective as well. I think that's important. And if you look at Main Street, I mean, obviously, it's a highly, highly commercialized street. There's a motel there, there's restaurants, there's, you see big trucks coming in and out of Main Street. There's warehousing on Main Street. There's obviously major casinos to the south of there. It's a very commercialized area. On the back of First Street, there are definitely residents there. It's a historical residency. There would be no traffic that's going to come in and out of First Street. And we aren't talking about a lot of people and trucks that are coming in. They're going to enter on Main Street. They're box trucks. They'll come in, they'll come out. What are the hours of operation for this?
It'll be, mainly during the daytime, no evening, nothing past midnight for sure.
Right. Well, so I think we need to establish a type of condition that will state what time that you won't be operating, because I wouldn't want a lot of activity going on at, midnight, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So would you be open to having a condition of like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at the latest?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Let's split the difference to do 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thanks. Because, I think it's, like I said, there's a motel there, there's restaurants that butt back up to First Street already. And so there is traffic, and there's probably going to be more, if you look at the motel and if you look at the restaurants there's probably more traffic from that than there will be from this facility. In addition, this piece of property has sat vacant for decades. And I know there were plans to do some type of high-rise apartments that were there during the boom days, and that never came to fruition. And so I think we need something there. I think we're going to have good people who are participating in building this, that'll work with the neighbors, that have worked with the neighbors and will work with the community. And I think you're going to build a nice product. Like you said, you've made some concessions in terms of the slope, in terms of the vines, in terms of recognition. So I think it's a good use. Yes. You can do whatever you want to, Mayor.
That's what I tell my hubby. They don't get voted that way often. But the question is, anything, because I've not heard any discussion about lighting of the warehouse. Has planning, or have you seen anything about what kind of lighting might affect the neighborhood? Are they low light, whatever?
Madam Mayor, so the Unified Development Code addresses parking lot landscaping and requires a certain amount of foot candles at the perimeter of the property, as well as we look for downward lighting on the buildings so that you don't get a lot of rogue lighting emanating from the site.
Right, because I'm basically looking to the east of the property where the housing is, that's taken into consideration, so it's not an interference in their area, which I gather has passed.
Yes, we discussed that as well, mitigating lighting and noise and hence the traffic coming in off of Main Street. So, yeah, that has been discussed. It's a very good
Thank you.
question.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all. I appreciate the comments.
So let's do one at a time? 111?
Yes. So for item 111, GPA 76598, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 111. Please vote, please post.
Oh, yes.
I'm trying, there it goes. And that motion carries. Let's move on to 112, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 112, ZON 76599, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 112. Please vote and please post.
And also for the record, Ward 5 does have a representative on the Planning Commission. It was stated that there was not a representative on the Planning Commission, and his name is Anthony Williams, and he is a representative for Ward 5 on the Las Vegas Planning Commission. Item 113, STR 76600, I move for approval with condition that operations will not take place, let's say, between 11 p.m. and what time do you get going in the morning?
But you have to vote on 112 before I
Oh, excuse
let
me.
you make your motion. Okay, and that motion carries. Now you can do one.
Thank you. Item 113, SCR 7660, I move for approval with condition that operations will not take place after 11 p.m. and before, what do we have, standards, 7 a.m.? 7 a.m.
Okay, there's a motion with conditions. Please vote on 113 and please post.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just for clarification, we did have a revised staff report in your backup, so it's particularly to those conditions and the one that Councilman
Okay,
has
thank
added.
you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Kessler. Look forward to it. Okay, now we're going backwards to agenda items 109 and 110. Your applicants are here, Councilwoman? Okay. So let's go to 109 GPA 76580. I already read this, but I'll read it again. On a request for a general plan amendment from PF Public Facilities, SC Service Commercial, and number 110 ZON 76581, a request for rezoning from CV Civic to C1 Limited Commercial. The applicant owner is For Him for Life, Inc., on 4.50 acres at 800 North Bruce Street. On both items, the Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz, and are public hearings which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present? Hi.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Ricky Barlow for the record, LV Access, representing the application before you here today. And I want to thank you for allowing this item to be pushed back a little bit while I was in transition trying to get here. Before you here today is what is considered an infill piece of parcel right on Bruce, and major cross street is Bruce and Washington. It's immediately east of Cashman Fill. Currently what exists on this parcel of land is a church. However, the parcel will be transitioning. We've had over 7 neighborhood meetings over the last year, I should say, with the residents who were very concerned in regards to not wanting this parcel to be 100% residential. Because what we're looking to do is basically bring in all residential units on this site. And so they wanted it broken up because they were very concerned about the impact to the school, which is east of this location, and also the traffic concerns that they felt would impact their neighborhood. And so with that, we work with them to get to a point to whereas we now have what I consider a mixed-use development in this very critical infill piece right on Bruce. And so as you can see from the site plan, we have the residential units that will now face the eastern portion of the property line, and the commercial, which now will face the Bruce frontage street. Moving forward, what we've done also was gave the residents an option in regards to the look and feel and style of what they wanted in this particular infill piece. And so for that, I would like to present that before the council today as well. Now, understanding that the site development plan review traditionally runs along with the application before us, but due to the process of working through the neighbors, we held back on the SDR to bring it forward after the neighbors had signed off on it. So that SDR will be coming forth. So I do want to at least in advance show you, the mayor and council members, what's being proposed on this site. We'll start with the residential.
Is this a 501c3?
This
Is it-
development?
Is it, it is a commercial, right? You are going to service commercial. Is it a charitable social service or organization?
No, this is 100% market rate.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's not a nonprofit.
Okay.
100% private.
Thank you.
After several meetings with the neighbors, in working with our architect of record, we basically gave the neighbors approximately 8 selections to choose from as it relates to what they would like to see coming into the neighborhood. And I'm pleased to announce that the neighbors chose this component of their residential look and feel as far as what they wanted to see on this parcel. You'll have approximately 4 units upstairs and 4 units downstairs. These are 1 and 2 bedroom units. The reason for that is because we've been watching very closely as to the conversations as it pertains to the repurposing of Cashman Field and the conversations surrounding MLS. And Mayor, as you very well know, I'm a very big proponent of seeing the MLS Stadium in downtown Las Vegas. And so what we're doing as a team is betting on the fact that there's most definitely going to be some synergy at Cashman Field. And so what we're looking to do is bring in a mixed-use housing stock with commercial up front that we can possibly tie right into new improvements, specifically in this area, right on the border of Ward 3, inside of Ward 3, but on the border of Ward 5 as well, okay? As far as the commercial component up front, the neighbors selected the top middle here to basically go in alignment with the residential piece. And so if you look at both of them collectively, the residential here and the commercial here, in order for it to basically be tied in from a, not only from an aesthetic standpoint, but I believe it's a pretty attractive development that will be coming forward on this parcel of land. The neighbors also discussed landscaping because they want to make sure that it's heavily landscaped to the east as well as the northern property lines. And so these are some of the landscape concepts that they've selected. And it's very eco-friendly, but beautiful at the same time, specifically during the blooming season. And here's some additional landscaping that will basically be incorporated throughout the property, okay? Now, and I'll just leave this here for now. Now, as I mentioned, we had several neighborhood meetings, and I can honestly say that a lot of those meetings were contentious and very spirit-filled, as I'll put it mildly. And for that, the neighbors are now all in agreement. They came before Planning Commission in support of the item, and they shared with me that I'm able to communicate that whether they were here or not, that they are in agreement with what we're looking for to bring forward to this infill site right at Bruce. So I'll be happy to take any questions or comments that the council members may have, and I also would like to thank Councilwoman Diaz and her liaison, Idalina, for allowing me to come and present this item before them last week.
Thank you very much. Let's go first over to planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to be clear, everything that was shown to you is not before you for consideration at this time. What's before you is a general plan amendment and a rezoning for a zoning district which would allow limited commercial uses, either by right or through special use permit or conditional. And as such, the density intensity of those proposed uses is not compatible with the adjoining low-density and medium-density land use designations. And as previously stated, the growth and development factors in the surrounding community do not indicate the need for commercial zoning adjacent to the single-family residentials at this time. and staff is recommending denial of the application for the general plan and rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. The process going for this, as requested here on the application, which you've clarified for us, then assuming, well, if it's denied, so that doesn't take rocket science. But if, in fact, we approve moving forward, what is the next step? And when does it come back to council to approve each step?
Madam Mayor, so it's really at the discretion of the property owner at that point for when they would want to file an application for either what's being represented before you now or for something completely different. So once the general plan and rezoning is approved, that site will then be a limited commercial zoning district in which all the property rights associated with that go to the property owner, and they can choose to change their mind and come in with something else, or come forward with this at their discretion on what time on their timetable.
And no time restriction, it could be in the next meeting or 2 months down, because I'm understanding from Mr. Barlow that they've had several meetings.
Right.
That's not for us today. Today is just the
Right.
zoning.
It is possible that we've had a pre-application conference? No, it's not. Actually, we haven't had one as of yet, so they haven't contacted staff with moving forward with the site development review. That could be anytime from tomorrow, to whenever in the future.
Okay. All right, so where we are right now, this is a public hearing. Anybody who wants to make comment on this proposal, the general plan amendment, or the zoning, as you've just heard from Mr. Lowenstein, please come forward and make comments. Well, seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. I will turn this over to you, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Barlow, for the presentation. I know that for my colleagues, it's a little confusing to keep up with all the moving parts and pieces that you presented, because one lay is the residential, the other one's the commercial aesthetics, and then on top of that, the landscaping. So I know it's a little hard to visualize because you don't have it all together per se, but I appreciate you wanting to be transparent and show that you have had, you said 7 meetings with the community, and what's been the average attendance at those meetings? Like, how many residents are coming?
On average, approximately 10, but one of the city staff members were there, and I think we had approximately 4 or maybe 6 people at that particular mandated neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
There was only one neighborhood meeting that was required by city code. However, we've had multiple meetings in preparation for that neighborhood meeting.
Okay, so you had others aside from that one where
That is
city
correct.
staff were present?
Correct.
You've also engaged, I believe you mentioned when we talked about engaging with the school community as well. Have you talked to the school at all that sits right there on Harris, Hallie Hewitson?
Yes, Hallie Hewitson, we spoke with administrators there who also basically shared with us as far as the approximate amount of students that were in attendance, and that whenever development comes into an already densely populated community, they raise concerns in relation to the impact of student population in the classroom. And looking at the number of units that we have on our site, they didn't feel that this would impact them at all. And so therefore, they chose not to participate as far as coming forward in opposition to the development here before us here today.
Okay, and remind us how many total residential units are planned for the project?
What was agreed from the residents, we have a total of 5 buildings and 4 units to each building. And so there's a approximately total number of 31 bedrooms and 22 bedrooms.
Okay.
So approximately 50 doors.
And you also said that their concern was about the orientation of the structure and how you were working to make sure that those structures weren't oriented in a fashion that people could see into the existing homeowners' backyards. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Councilwoman Diaz. That is correct. To the eastern property line, we have single-family residence that exists here, no two-story. They're all one-story homes here with a block wall that exists on the eastern property line. We're looking to do oversized trees on the eastern as well as the northern portion property lines inside of the development. What we've done originally, these buildings were turned facing east and west, east and west. The neighbors asked us to turn the buildings so that they face north and south. So all of the light that comes in on the east side will only be stained glass on each one of these buildings to allow light to come in as the sun comes up in the east. So there won't be anyone looking over into the backyards of each one of these single-family residents. All the visuals will basically be to the north and south, interfacing into the courtyards. So yes, that's correct.
I don't have any questions. Any more questions or anything else that comes to mind? Did any other members?
I think the only thing that we're really here on, listening to Mr. Lowenstein, though, is granting the GPA, the general plan amendment change, and the zoning change. Then if in fact, I'm sure they're at liberty to come back with more units at
Right.
the next
What
phase,
will
or
happen
fewer
next-
units or whatever.
Correct. What will happen next, Mayor and Councilwoman, is we'll present a formal application to the City of Las Vegas Planning, and we'll basically go through that site development plan review as far as how we're going to do this in the final elements that are being proposed, and then that will come back before the council for approval, specifically working with the planning department as well as your office to make sure that we're in tandem.
Well, as someone who has pretty much grown up in that part of town and has used Harris Street to get back to Bruce and all that, I see the value added in the project because that church hasn't been fully activated. It's on, it's off, and then there's that vacant lot that sits empty. I don't know, it's been that way since the
20 years.
90s.
20 years.
That I was kind of around Rancho High School. A lot of students kind of walk past that empty lot. So I think that what you're proposing here would be nice, especially fingers crossed the MLS decides to make Las Vegas its home. So I would move to approve item 109. Madam Mayor, if you're ready for the
Thank you,
motion.
please. Thank you, Councilwoman Diaz. All right, there's a motion to approve agenda item 109. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And agenda item 110.
And I also make a motion to approve item number 110.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 110. Please vote and please post. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're
Thank you.
on now. Thank you very much. Where we are now is 114 VAR, thank you. 76602, a request for variance to allow a 9-foot tall perimeter fence where 8 feet's required, is the maximum allowed, with barbed wire where such is prohibited. And number 115 SUP 76603, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed open-air vending transient sales lot use. The applicant is Jonathan Ibarra, and the owner is AGCOM 1 LLC on .66 acres at 1935 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. On both items, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends denial on 114, but approval on 115. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Okay. Do we know where they are? No, we don't know where they are. So let's go to Mr. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Eric McCammon, Case Planning Section. The applicant proposes to operate 24 hours per day on a lot adjacent to a residentially zoned lot where hours of operation are limited by conditional use regulations to the hours of 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Staff has determined that due to the limited distance from residential development and proposed hours of operation, the use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses. In addition, an existing 8-foot-tall concrete block perimeter wall is located around the north, east, and west property lines behind the delivery and service vehicle storage building. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 9-foot-tall perimeter wall with the top 1 foot consisting of a barbed wire. As the proposed perimeter wall does not comply with the height and building material standards set in Title 19, staff cannot support the variance request. As such, staff has recommended denial of both requests. It should also be noted that the planning department has received pre-application conference requests from the property owner who intends to develop the subject site and the adjacent site to the east into an outdoor entertainment venue with a stage and mobile food vendors, as well as a tavern limited within the building located at 1935 Fremont Street, while maintaining the existing and proposed use on the site before you now. Thank you.
I may have missed it. What is the business that's going in there?
The application before you is for an outdoor vendor, so it will be a mobile restaurant kind of setup in the front portion of the site. We just wanted to make sure that the council was aware that we did receive a pre-application conference for redevelopment of the site to the east. That also impacts the redevelopment of this site for those other uses, as Mr. McCammon acknowledged.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody from the public who wants to talk about 114 or 115? I'll close public hearing. Councilwoman, yes.
Madam Mayor, seeing that no one is here to represent the request, I ask that we hold items 114 and 115 in abeyance for a month.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 114 then for abeyance? Okay, let's separate them on 114, obey for a month, which puts us to the 18th?
September 18th.
September 18th. And I gather your office, please vote and please post, will notify the applicants. And it doesn't bode well if they don't even come. Yeah. And number 115?
Same.
Same.
The same motion to obey
obey.
for September 18th.
Motion to obey until on 115 till September 18th. Please vote and please post. Councilman Greer. Sometimes they don't take. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to 116 and 117. Number 116, VAC 76744, a request for a petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public alley west of Maryland Parkway between Lewis Avenue and Bridger Avenue. Number 117, SDR 76593, and a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review SDR 70269 for a proposed building height decrease from 15 to 13 stories on an increase in multifamily residential units, for a decrease in height, but an increase in multi-residential units from 193 to 219, a decrease of commercial space from 28,817 square feet to 15,996 square feet, and in addition to 27,195 square feet of office space and 3,488 square feet of restaurant space, with waivers of Appendix F, interim downtown Las Vegas Area 2 development standards for proposed mixed-use development on 1.05 acres northwest corner of Lewis Avenue, Maryland Parkway, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. The applicant is BDR Cascadia LLC and the owners BDR Cascadia LLC et al. Both items, Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends approval on item 116, denial on 117. These are in Ward 3. Councilwoman Diaz, of public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present?
We are, Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. Along with me is Ed Vance, our architect. Together, we represent BDR Cascadia, the applicant in this matter. Also in attendance with us are Daniel Reisberg and his partners John Rogers and Bob Corrigan, who are part of this project. First, I want to be, I'll be brief. I will give a little overview of where we've come from and where we are today. I'll let Mr. Vance go through the details on what we are proposing with respect to our amendments to the site plan. So first, this property is located on Maryland and Lewis, right here highlighted in yellow. It is a little over an acre. Many of you council members were here 2 years ago and approved the original version of this, which was a 15-story, 30,000 square foot mixed-use development consisting of 193 apartments units with a parking waiver. Now we're coming back in. We're modifying that because of some important changes and progress that is being made. For those new to the council, I think you have seen this project and now get an opportunity to view it through your city council lens at what we're going to show you. Earlier in the agenda, you did graciously approve our first extension of time for land use entitlements for this, as well as sister site just catty corner from it on Lewis and 11th. In particular, those preserve some of our use permits that we had with respect to the restaurant with alcohol, lounge, and other uses like that. The major changes that have occurred in the last 2 years are, one, Mr. Daniel Reisberg is still involved. He is the one who's had the initial vision and has consolidated these properties and got the initial entitlements. Since then, he has partnered up with John Rogers and Bob Corrigan. They are based out of Chicago. They build high-rises for a living. They build large-scale buildings in Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, now getting the equity and financing backing to make this come to fruition. As part of that, one of the first things that they did when they looked at this and said, this building, almost a direct quote, needs to go on a diet. We need to skinny this building up. We need to make it efficient. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're bringing forward to you is a modification to what is already approved, what we already have a first extension of time on. We think now a better product. We've brought Mr. Ed Vance in to achieve that, which we believe he has done. So we've gone from 15 stories to 13 stories, and Mr. Vance will get into a little detail that we think we can even shrink it to 12 stories, but nonetheless asking for 13 stories, 159 feet. We are asking for a slight increase in units at 219 units. And then the second change that has happened, or not change, but advancement or continued development, is with respect to basically the transit rapid corridor that is being developed and going through the approval process, essentially connecting UNLV, which right here is at Russell, going north along Maryland here with various stops. You can see right here we are the star. This is why we think this is a great site, one of the catalysts for the redevelopment and to get the mass transit going, whether it be a rapid bus system or maybe even light rail. Then it will continue down Carson, Alta Alignment, and then through the medical district. So we think we are perfectly situated for this type of development, mixed-use development. And with that, we feel like we are the catalyst to lead this, and that ties into our parking reduction waiver. Important to note that we have more than enough parking for our residents. Each unit has parking. We then have additional parking spaces for the commercial and office components that we're going to be providing. The idea of this is that this is a work, play, live situation, and so no reason to double or triple the parking with respect to that. Just some final thoughts before passing it off to Mr. Vance to go into some details. We've been keeping the community informed. We've had many neighborhood meetings over the last several years, but most importantly, we had a neighborhood meeting on July 8th at the center that is directly catty corner from us. About 22 neighbors, constituents in attendance to that meeting. Had a lot of great questions, and they were all geared to basically, when can you guys get this built? We want this coming in our neighborhood. I think it's fair, accurate to represent that everyone was supportive of it, and we basically left with the last question of, stop talking to us, go get busy, go get this done. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Vance to go through some details.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Thank you, Tony. Ed Vance with EV&A Architects, 1160 North Central Town Center Drive. We just moved, so I'm just trying to memorize that. Suite 170, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89144. Representing the applicant. Well, Tony said he was going to leave all the data to me, but he's kind of given it all to you. So I just get to show you pretty pictures. And despite that, when I'm looking at this thing, I want to kind of get the microphone out of the way. So I'll do something like that. I think one of the neatest things we're doing is that we've really pulled the building back on all three fronts of the streets that serve the project. We're almost 50 feet off the curb line. So on that first floor, we're pulling it back to create a place to inhabit for outside dining. So what we have is retail on that first level. And as Tony mentioned, this is a true live, work, play, or shop scenario. It's a mixed-use project of the best definition. And so we have almost 23,000 square feet of retail on that first floor, a little bit of parking and mechanical on that back side. All of our parking will come off of Maryland Parkway and be directed directly into a ramp that takes you upstairs. I'm going to go right to the elevations because it really tells the story quite nicely. And it's more of a perspective elevation. I don't know if you've gotten all of these, but does this show pretty well? So as I mentioned before, retail along the first floor. We have 3 levels of garage here providing 250 or so parking spaces, and as we mentioned, we have 219 units, so it's more than 1 per unit that we require. We're hoping that people will work here. We want to have a situation where people live and work and shop in the same building. So again, as Tony mentioned, we don't want to triple up that parking if we can avoid that. The cost savings also makes this a far more attainable housing project. So that's one of the things we're really aiming for. This is the view from Maryland Parkway. So as you're heading south, you'll come into the project and turn to the west. We've created a design where all of the units are turned at about 15 degrees, so no one has access or visual into each other's units. So it's going to be very private. It also makes it a visually interesting project as well. This is our main entrance. And this is what I was talking about when I first opened. That's how we pulled, you can see how we pulled the building back and really allowed for outdoor dining and access to those buildings, and it's shaded. It'll be comfortable in the summertime, and God knows we need that, especially on a day-to-day today. One thing I forgot to mention is that we have the residential component here, but on top we have a roof deck that's been divided into 2 components. One's private and one's public. Daniel Reisberg has really created a real neighborhood project where the public would be allowed to access the upper deck, and it's almost 2/3 of that deck will be for farmers markets, cinema night, and neighborhood functions. And he's giving that to the neighborhood, which is great, not just for the residents. The residents will have a private side with a pool, but only 1/3 is for them. So this is truly going to be a real terrific project for not just the residents here, but also everyone in the neighborhood. And with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Looks beautiful. We all want to go for a swim. Lovely. Before I go to council, actually, let's go to Mr. Lowenstein. Okay.
Madam Mayor, Eric McCammon, Case Planning. This is a request to allow proposed modifications to a previously approved mixed-use development located at the northwest corner of Lewis Avenue and Maryland Parkway. While the Founders District does encourage land uses such as a mixed-use development for the subject site, the project as proposed is overbuilt. This is evidenced by the requested associated waivers and previously approved variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the site development plan review modification request. With regards to the requested petition of vacation, staff recommends approval as this is a proposed re-entitlement of a previously approved vacation which expired on July 19th, 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, and if I can
Yeah,
just
please.
clarify one more thing. On the transit hubs, this is actually within the quarter-mile radius of where the transit stop would be. So it's in the vicinity, but it's not the designated hub per se. Thank you.
And that may change again too, correct? Or is that firm?
Everything is possible.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on 116 or 117? I'll close public comment. Any comments from council before I turn it over to Councilwoman? Councilwoman.
Well, Madam Mayor, if you're ready, I'd love to make the motion to move to approve item 116.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 116. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. And on agenda item 117.
And I'll also move to approve agenda item 117.
And there's a motion to approve agenda item 117. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. So according to the neighbors, get going.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are on to 118 and 19 and 20. Wow. 118 VAR 76469, a request for a city council review of the denial by the planning commission, a request for a variance to allow 47 parking spaces where 173 spaces are required on .76 acres. Number 119 SUP 76470, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,800 square foot liquor establishment tavern. Tavern restricted use with 1,000 square feet of outdoor seating with a waiver to allow 150-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required. And agenda item number 120, SUP 76471, on a request for a special use permit for proposed 7,800 square foot nightclub use with 1,000 square feet of outdoor seating with a waiver to allow a 385-foot distance separation from a church house of worship where 1,500 feet is required. The applicant is Rhythms Dance Studio, and the owner is 4545 West Sahara Avenue, LLC, at 4545 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. On all items, the Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knudsen, our public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I'm one of the owners. My
your
name is
name?
Nathan Strager.
Nathan
Nathan?
Strager.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to us on this?
Sure. We built this facility about 1.5 years ago. Prior to that, it was the old Phillips Supper Club site that burned down about, 14, 15 years ago. Once it burned down, it was chain link fenced all the way around it for years and years, a lot of drug activity, a lot of spray paint and whatnot. So we came in, we did a construction loan on it. We opened it. It's half dance studios, half event center. So we have a lot of weddings, birthdays, stuff like that. And on the other side, it's a lot of classes. We've been operating for 1.5 years now. We've been hand in hand with the previous mayor pro tem, which was Lois Tarkanian. Been here a few times, and we've been working with Mary and business licensing and planning, and now our new councilman, Brian Knudsen. So we've already been operating as such for the last 1.5 years. We've never had any complaints. We've been very straight and narrow. Anytime there was a concern of somebody wanting to rent our space and I had a question, I would always call and ask and say, hey, is this okay? Are we okay to do this? And they would always tell us yes or no. I never did anything that was in the gray area. So we've always been very straight with the city. We've always been straight and narrow. We've always been hand in hand. So we've always followed the rules. And here we are hoping that we can get this approval. And this enables us to be profitable, more profitable, because it's been very, very tough having to turn down, a lot of different things. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lowenstein or Eric?
Madam Mayor, Eric McCammon, Case Planning. Both the proposed tavern restricted liquor establishment and the nightclub uses require a 1,500 feet distance separation from any church house of worship. At the time of application, it was noted that a church house of worship was located approximately 385 feet from the subject site. During a recent field visit, it was noted that a second church house of worship was located directly adjacent to the subject parcel, resulting in a 0-foot distance separation. With the adoption of the new tavern restricted land use category, the City Council may waive the separation requirements as part of the application. Staff finds no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstance to support the parking variance request, and that the proposed uses are too intense for the subject site. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all applications. Thank you.
And where is the second house of worship? I see the one, but where's the other one?
Madam Mayor, it's directly to the west in the U-shaped shopping center.
Oh, it's leasing.
It's a tenant space within the
Okay,
shopping center.
So it's not an independent structure built for that
That is
purpose?
correct.
Okay. And how about the one that's 1,500 that's 1,500 feet away? Is
I
that
believe that is to
similarly?
the north and east. Jeff, if you want to go to the special map, it would illustrate it. Not it. Maybe it's not in the backup, sorry. It will be in your backup, we have a special map, but the,
Is that also a leased space, or is it a separate construction?
that one I'll check on.
Okay, thank you. And when he said he's had no, when Nathan said he had no citations or anything, Ms. McElhone?
Madam Mayor, that is correct. So Mr. Strager has been operating under a special event permit when he does have his public events. And we have not, in the last year and a half that he's been operating under, had any complaints or any citations in regards to that activity.
And no traffic problems reported by any law enforcement because they're under-parked?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we've never been notified of any traffic issues as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment? And please say your name for us.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Densmore. I'm the property manager for the property to the west of the dance studio, and I work for MDL Group. The ownership is Abona Family LLC. Our main concern is the parking, because we know that there is insufficient parking there, and there is some overflow that happens to come on our property. Even though we haven't had a lot of, haven't had metro activity or anything like that, we have had complaints still that people are parking on the property, and unfortunately, we can't monitor it all the time, and we just hear after the fact that, there were a lot of cars parked there and, creating a mess, basically trash. So our main concern is that there's not enough parking, with the tavern, and I wasn't sure how Nate was going to operate this, but it sounds like it's the same thing you've been doing all along with the events. But as a tavern, I've managed another property that's a tavern, and there's always problems there, and there's a lot of trash along with, whatever comes with intoxicated people. So we're hoping that that's not the case, but that's our main concern, is just there's not enough parking there, and we don't have the staff or the funds to monitor the parking space on our property all the time, so we're hoping you give that consideration and hope that...
What are the hours of operation of your property?
It's 24/7. There is a convenience store there that sells liquor, so it is kind of a competing business as far as that goes, but it is 24. It's open 24
Mr. Strager, what
hours.
are your hours of operation?
Yeah, let me kind of respond to that. So there is a liquor store right next door, and I actually have both managers' phone numbers, and we actually put signs in their parking lot that said that there's no parking, and we actually do monitor it. And I've always told them that if there ever is an issue, to call me. I have their phone numbers in my cell phone. I've never gotten a call. I think they're Middle Eastern guys, very, very cool guys, never had an issue, and they're the only business that's open 24 hours. All the rest of that parking actually closes at, I think most of those businesses close around 5 or 6. Also, well, we actually have an easement to the east to park at 40, 45, 35, I think it is, to the east. Councilman Knutson actually came out, and I showed him, and there's actually a parking access that goes underneath the building to the east. And last time I was here in front of the Planning Commission, I actually explained that to them. And when I had my meeting with the Planning Commission, I forget the gentleman's name, and we had went through, the per square foot and the parking and whatnot. He goes, well, I mean, you might as well ask for the whole building. We're like, okay, you might as well ask for the whole building. We were just gonna ask for the event center side. But it is an easement that's been recorded with the city, and I brought that up last time when I was in front of the Planning Commission. As Councilman Knudsen can attest to, I even showed him on the side of the building to the east, it even says parking access, and there's literally a walkway underneath the building just for us. So parking has never been an issue for us because we do have that easement. If I'm not mistaken, that easement runs concurrent with the properties. I think it's like 90 years or something like that. So much as I appreciate you coming down, we've never had trash or anything like that. As a matter of fact, we're very stringent and we're very proud of our building. If you look at our building, it's the newest building on that street. You know, we didn't just build it like a school. We spent a lot of money on wood and stuff like that. We clean up our parking lot every day. We maintain our landscaping. You know, we're not trying to be a nightclub per se, but unfortunately, in working with Mary, and she can actually attest to this, I've turned down a lot of nightclub activity. People want to come in. That's not, but unfortunately, in what we want to do, this is what's being created, the tavern restricted. So she can attest to it, and I'm really surprised actually to see Bonnie next to me, because I've called you a few times even when we were gonna get ready to build, and I said, hey, I'm here to work hand in hand with you, and if there was ever an issue, I would have thought we could have addressed this prior to standing in front of city council. So I'm really kind of surprised, so.
Well, and to address that too, and I understand that basically, I think what's happened with the people at the liquor store, they don't have time to call you in the middle of the night and say, look, there's cars here and you know, we want them towed away, or we're going to tow them away if you don't move them. That's not happened a lot, you're right. I mean, it's not a every weekend occurrence, but it does periodically happen, and that's, you know, basically our concern. And certainly, I've got your number still too, so I can give you a call in the middle of the night if I get a complaint.
Yeah, and just so you know, I'm actually there for every event. I'm actually on site for every single event because per our license with Metro, I'm one of the, there's a name for it where me or my partner has to be there. So one of us is there all the time, and we're actually very hands-on. We don't just sit at home and let somebody run our business. First of all, we're a new business, we can't afford it. So we're actually there running it. And we've never had it. I'm very surprised. So yeah, you don't have to worry about calling me in the middle of the night because I'm actually there.
Okay, good.
So, but if there's ever an issue, you have my number. The liquor store has my number. It's not a competing business because we're not selling alcohol to be taken off premise. If anything, it actually hurts our business. People would want to go next door and buy $2 beers as opposed to buying a $7 at a wedding or something like that. But anyways, so I hope that addresses that.
No, you sound like a good neighbor to me, and just, you know, maybe to pass it on to your lease, you know, the people that lease from you for the liquor store, anybody else. Here's his number or his partners.
Yeah, and if I can just kind of jump in, I'm sorry. If there's ever, and you do have my cell number, if there was ever an issue, or if you want to meet once a week or once a month, I mean, we're very transparent.
Okay,
So
fine.
we're more than willing to, if there's any concerns whatsoever, if you want me to hire a security person to stand out there or whatever, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do. Right now, we have signs that we actually put there just to kind of help, you know, but
Okay.
we've never really had any issues, so.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Okay, I'm going to close public comment unless there was something else, Bonnie, you wanted to add?
The only thing I was going to say is, I think maybe when we saw that it was going to be a tavern, not realizing that you're not going to turn it into a bar.
No.
Let's say, where you're going, and I think that's probably the misunderstanding maybe as to what the whole process was for.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're thinking that you're going to turn it into a bar and a nightclub, and I know what that's like, so.
Well,
it's,
it looks like
can
you've
be a
got a good
nightmare.
couple of guys here, or maybe a
Yeah.
lady on the other side.
Yeah, I don't want to be a bar owner. That's not, it just so happens it's the license I have to have, so.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Thank
Okay,
you.
makes sense.
Thank you. So anyone else from the public? Okay, I'll close public hearing. We'll turn this over to you, Mr. Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. And first off, Ms. Densmore, you left me a message and I did not return your call. I apologize. So I apologize for not calling you back. I did hear of your concerns. And for Mr. Strager, I have talked to a couple of the the tenants in the area who were concerned about parking. I wanted to bring this item forward for a couple of reasons, and I really want to make sure that's very clear, especially to this council and to the staff. Earlier this week, I had a meeting about repurposing big box stores. I didn't want to talk about repurposing big box stores along the Charleston and Sahara corridor, and at the same time, shut down your big box. So I think what you've done with that Rhythm Studio is a sign of what could happen on the Charleston and/or Sahara corridor. I walked through your facility, and I think there's a misconception based on the language from the planning department. And so if you don't mind putting on the record what it is that the big box that you're operating, what you're actually doing there.
Sure. So right now, like half of our building is dance studios, and we really primarily do a lot of Latin dance. So we do a lot of partner dancing and things like that, right? So if you dance salsa, bachata, things like that. So in Las Vegas, there's really no place to go. So it enables us to give our students a place to go, and in turn, there's an alcohol element of it. Just so you know, we're not killing it at the bar. I think our bar sales per month are like $3,000. So we're really not killing it, and we're talking about total for 30 days. But it gives them a chance to dance with each other, practice with each other. We have 9 dance teams from kids to adults, things like that. So it gives us a chance to do in-house competitions, gives us a chance to do pro-ams, professional with an amateur, and they learn how to dance with each other and they actually perform, and we do a lot of that. So it's more giving them a place to go, and we used to rent space at other places, but building this building, we're able to do everything in-house. And then at the same time, we do weddings, birthdays. We've had Michael Jackson 5-year anniversary. We've had aerialist hang from our ceiling and stuff like that. So we're definitely not trying to be a bar or whatnot. It's just so happens that's the name of the license, Tavern Restricted, and I think people kind of think that's what we're trying to do, and it's really not.
And so for this council, so I would bring my son or my daughter to do dance lessons in rhythms, because I think it looks great as a parent. And I totally understand that nightclub doesn't actually clarify what it is you're trying to do there. It's really for family gatherings. It's for weddings. It's a great establishment from my perspective. And parking, while I know it might be an issue, I do think the times are changing. And I know someone who personally took dance lessons from you, and she did not want to find parking, and so she would Uber over, or she would find friends to drive over. And so as I look to rethink what that Charleston and/or Sahara corridor can look like, I think you're a good example, and I want to make sure that your business thrives. And so I'm grateful for the time you sat in the back of this room, and thankful for the investment that you've made in the city of Las Vegas. And with that, I would move to approve item numbers 118.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 118. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 119.
I would move for approval.
Thank you. Motion to approve 119. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 120.
I'm sorry, just a quick question, Mary. Is this a time we had spoke about time? Do I have to come back for a time?
So Mrs. Stranger, the next step is to get the business license, not that you have the land use. So I would contact Minerva Gomez in our office. I think you have her contact information, and we'll get you set up for that, and we'll get you agendized for that liquor license.
Okay, thank you. I just know we had talked about there was a 2:30 time limit, and we talked about going over and things like that. Is that the time to address, or is that at a later time?
Right now, I think you're good.
Okay.
Just contact
Sorry.
Minerva, and we'll get you set up.
Just didn't want to walk away and there was something on the table.
Councilman
And you got to wait for the third 120, and Councilman Creer did come back in and say he wanted to be voted in on I 11819. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Not
Wait.
done.
Sorry.
One more.
Don't move, not one muscle. For item number 120, move for approval.
Please vote and please post. There you go. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Let
Thank
us know
you,
how our
Councilman
office can
Knudsen.
help your business thrive. Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Excellent. Okay, we move on to 121. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates, appeals for the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance letter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go on to our second citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless subjects on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion? Hi.
Hi there. My name's Heidi Gustafson, and I'm with the Foundation for Recovery. We provide opportunities for people to achieve long-term recovery from the disease of addiction. September is National Recovery Month. We have hosted our recovery rallies in a city facility for the last 7 years, and again this year we will be hosting it at the historic 5th Street School, which is a perfect venue for what we do. I would like to invite the City Council to come down. We are going to give you a table if you want to, especially anyone maybe that's newer, if you want to go ahead and come down and meet your constituents and maybe put a heat map up and just have the opportunity to talk to people. We get 350 to 500 people coming through this 4-hour event. We have Attorney General Aaron Ford will be there. He will be our main speaker. We'll have probably, it's only a 4-hour event, so we have maybe about an hour and a half of programming. It's very light on programming. And Councilwoman Diaz agreed to introduce him, and he really was excited about that. And the Attorney General has his eye on criminal justice reform in a really big way, and so a couple of things have happened over the last couple of legislative in 19 and then in 17 also, and he's going to talk about that and where he's trying to take the state. And you know, anything like this is really good for the recovery community because we have people that are ex-felons and have been out in the community for 30 years who still pick up a tab for being a felon. They can't vote. It's hard to rent places. So we're really excited to have him come out. And I mean, that's about it. I just wanted to invite everyone down and put it on the record that we're having this.
And your date again and the time?
September 21st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we have parking available across the street. It's at the structure, and we pick up the price for the parking through grants.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
is that it?
That's it?
I would just like to say that Foundation for Recovery is in Ward 1, so thank you for your work.
Right, okay, well, thank you. And I would just like to let you know that we have a couple of grants that allow us to provide peer recovery support services, and they can travel. And so if you have anything going on in your wards where you need peer recovery support specialists, we can send them out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? We will move on to agenda item 123. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. There's always council who wishes to speak, so I'm not going to ask the question. And last time I started at the left, this time we'll start at the right with Councilwoman Diaz.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought you were going to go in the same order.
No, always.
You caught me off guard. No, I just hope that everyone is getting back into their back-to-school rhythm. I know that my husband and I have been getting Javi to and from school this week, and we have been mindful of our school speed limits and crossings, and so make sure that we continue to be vigilant and keep our kids safe. I do know that UNLV, through our Facebook, I posted the 10th Annual Community Law Day, that it's Law Day for immigration purposes. UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law is a community in that work, and go ahead and check out our Facebook post about it. You have to pre-register to attend. You can't just show up, so just make sure, and that's on August 24th, which is this Saturday. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ward 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And Earlier in the council meeting, we talked a lot about the medical district. I just want to put on the record that while I've spent a lot of time there as a father of my son, over the next week, I'll be visiting with the CEO of UMC and touring it from a very different perspective, learning what my role is in helping them to be successful. Also, we talked a lot about education this morning, and next week I'll be hosting an education roundtable with the Ward 1 principals and region superintendents, and with Dr. Maxwell from the City of Las Vegas. And then, so that I can keep up with my other council members, I'll be doing Brews with Brian, which I can't wait, talking to as many constituents as I can. I got to keep up with Councilwoman Seaman on social media, so I'm going to be doing my best to compete on social media. I'm going to do it.
Good. All right. Oh, you are hot, yes. Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our updates on Friday, we are going to do a little meet and greet over at the YMCA office from 9 to 11. We'll be having coffee and donuts there. That's going to be at our YMCA office this Friday, August 23rd, from 9 to 11. And then our missing juvenile was found, which was very exciting. Yeah. So she was a 16-year-old female, and her name is Miss Peed, and she was found, thank goodness. But now we are looking for Elizabeth Bronx, 17-year-old female. She's 5'6", 164 pounds. She's got brown eyes and black hair in braids, African American. She was last seen in the area of Pecos and Bonanza, and last wearing a royal blue shirt, burgundy pajama pants, and flip-flops. So please, if you have any information, contact our Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-823-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. Then we have a 17-year-old beautiful female, Delilah Salinas. She is 5'1", 120 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. She is Hispanic. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police is, as persons section, is asking the public's assistance in locating our juvenile Delilah Salinas. Delilah was last seen on August 19th at 10:30 p.m. in the area of East Charleston and US 95. Delilah was wearing a gray sweater and blue pants. Delilah may need medical attention. All hospitals are asked to check their registries. So please, if you have any information, please call Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111 or our Nevada Child Seekers at 702-828-2907. Thank you, and have a great week.
Wonderful. That's great. I mean, we are finding so many young people returned, and with all the human trafficking that goes on, if anyone's out there that's being trafficked, for heaven's sakes, call the authorities. You don't have to live that life. And just know we're here for you. So moving on to Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first announcement is pretty cool. The Kingdom Choir will kick off their first North American tour in the city of Las Vegas on Friday, September the 7th at 7 p.m. at Sammy Davis Jr. Festival Plaza, right in Lorenzi Park, which is located at 720 Twin Lakes Drive. The British Gospel Choir catapulted to global acclaim when they captivated 2 billion viewers with their widely publicized performance at the royal wedding of Prince Harry of Wales and Meghan Markle, Duchess of Sussex, at Windsor Castle in 2018 when they performed Stand By Me. And from just coming back from London and the Windsor Castle is even more special. Tickets are $25 plus taxes and fees, and all ages are welcome. The tour is in support of their debut album, Stand By Me, a soulful collection featuring renditions of classics to more contemporary cuts from today's hitmakers. Their performance is outdoors with lawn seating. Attendees are encouraged to bring lawn chairs and our blankets for comfort, low back chairs. Well, don't forget, for tickets, visit www.artslasvegas.org or call 702-229-ARTS-2787. The Jackson Avenue project, the Public Works Department and myself invite you to a stakeholder meeting to discuss the proposed complete street improvement alternatives for the Jackson Avenue project. Meetings will take place on Monday, September 16th, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the historic Westside School located at 330 West Washington Avenue, Suite 112. For more information, please contact the City of Las Vegas Engineering Project Manager Randy McConnell at 702-229-2186. The 80 Guy Knowledge Center is open, as we reported earlier, at 817 N Street. They offer free and low-cost educational programs for all ages, GED classes, law workshops, help learn English, training to start first or new jobs, reading classes, workshops on budgeting, help for new and small businesses, and more. For more information or services offered, visit www.unce.unr.edu/80guy. And don't forget, you can always keep in touch with us on social media at Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, and Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Seaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I look forward to the challenge of social media with my colleague in Ward 1, Councilman Knudsen. I also want to, even though she's already left, thank Ms. Gustafson for being here all day to talk about that wonderful event for Foundation for Recovery. They do such a great job. And so in our ward, in Ward 2, we have a Veterans Outreach Meet and Greet Wednesday, August 28th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Veteran Memorial Leisure Center, Service Center, where we will have some food and talk about some of the issues that are important to veterans. And then on September 7th, we're having our Back to Movie in the Park, and we'll be showing Wonder Park on that evening at 6:30 to 9:30. And our small business Sundays are going really well, so we encourage anyone who has a small business in Ward 2 to reach out to us so we can feature them and be a part of our new Small Business Sundays, and they'll be featured all over our social media. So you can contact us at our Ward 2 email or our phone number, or just reply to our social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Aside from everything my colleagues have talked about, which is so important, I think, the school year and being careful whether you're walking or driving and to obey all speed limits, but also for children, the biggest key in the world to success is being a reader. Makes you think, makes you able to talk and work through disagreements. It gives you such an advantage, reading. So no matter what grade you're in, read, please. But have a great school year, and hopefully everything will work out between the teachers' union and the Clark County School District. It would be a shame for children to have their educations interrupted. And it's almost time for our Life is Beautiful Festival, which, as you know, is Friday, September 20th through Monday, September 23rd. And everything is available online that you can read about at lifeisbeautiful.com. So go online, take a look, have a wonderful time. And our next city council meeting is right after Labor Day, which is Monday, the 2nd of September, and it will be on the 4th. But everything is good, it's wonderful, and it's so good to be home. I was out of town yesterday back east and flew in, got to bed at 2:45 in the morning. So we have such an active council, and they keep me alive and thinking and working and having a good time. So colleagues, thank you all. You really are a great bunch. I just love working with you, and I thank staff, our IT, our marshals for sure, our clerk's office, our staff chiefs, and have a good, safe weekend when you get to it, and know it's hot outside. But our next council meeting, again, is Wednesday, the 4th of September, and thank you, be safe, and have a great time. We are adjourned.